Due to a bona fide emergency, please be advised that the location of the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education has to be moved to William Jones College Preparatory High School Auditorium, 700 South State Street, Chicago, Illinois, starting at 10:30 a.m. Flooding of the boardroom, the original location, was caused by a cooler or pipe burst at a retail location next door to 42 West Madison Street. This occurred late last night, and the assessment by a restoration company informed us that the cleanup would take approximately 1 week and that the room is not suitable to conduct a meeting. Notice is being given as soon as practicable. Board staff made every attempt to contact all registered speakers and observers to notify them of the change in location. As always, we accept written comments by 5 p.m. the day after the board meeting is conducted on cpsboe.org. We appreciate your understanding and flexibility in this unprecedented circumstance. Good morning. Welcome to the June 27th board meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and notes. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to this room is the door which you used to enter this morning. If you are leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are just outside the auditorium to your right, just past the elevator bank. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Thank you for joining us today. President Shi, we are now ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is June 27th, 2024. We're holding today's meeting at Jones College Prep at 700 South State. I would like to note that board members and senior leadership are physically present in the room. Registered speakers may join us in person or virtually if they opted to do so. My name is John Ann Shi. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us today. I actually want to take a moment before we officially open the meeting and just really thank everyone for making this possible, right? This did not come out of nothing. This took lots of labor from CPS folks at every level. I want to thank Jones College Prep staff, our security, our operations team, our board staff team for making that possible. So thank you. So the regular board meeting of Thursday, June 27th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you. Member Fahey Hughes? Here. Vice President Todd Breland? Here. Member Woods? Here. Member Estrada? Here. Member Morales? Here. President Shi?
Here.
6 members present. We do have a quorum. I'd also like to recognize Pedro Martinez, Chief Executive Officer, Ruchi Verma, General Counsel, Bogdana Shukumbova, Chief Education Officer, Charles Mayfield, Chief Operating Officer, and Carolina Karchi, our honorary student board member.
Awesome. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome up Principal Dolan, who's been generous enough to make this space available to us, who's going to share a few words.
Good morning, CEO Martinez, Cito Chikumbava, President Shi, and the Board of Education. Thank you so much for the honor of being able to host you all this morning. I know it was not an honor you were seeking out at 6 o'clock, nor was the honor of literal high water, something that you were hoping for. But your team came through and was absolutely incredible in making sure that this ran smoothly today. I want to thank my team here at Jones internally for everything that they did to make sure that this was able to happen without a hitch. Once again, thank you again for the honor of being able to host you. We are absolutely honored to have you here today, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Principal Dolan. So before we go into the order of the meeting, I want to start off with a few exciting new updates. CPS is full of great talent, from our talented educators and education support personnel to our custodians, lunchroom staff, and crossing guards, to school leaders and central office staff. Truly the best are with CPS. And then there's one group and one individual I like to lift up for praise this month: our administrative professionals. As anyone knows, our admin professionals are absolutely essential. We as board members and senior leadership come and go, and it's often our administrative professionals with their deep institutional knowledge and expertise who are the glue to our offices within CPS and at the school level. That's certainly the case of our board office. And in particular, I want to highlight one administrative leader with our office, Myra Rivera, who is the Assistant Secretary to the board. As many of you know, Myra is one behind the scenes, making sure our board meetings run seamlessly and honestly making us all look good. She's the one supporting us, supporting folks who register to speak, helping board members transition in our roles, ensuring that the board fulfills its fiduciary and governance responsibilities. Last month, Myra won a distinct award for her work, the Administrative Excellence in Public Service Award for Chicago and the Midwest region. This award is part of a program that is one of the only public recognition programs in the country that recognizes and awards the achievements, dedications, and importance of administrative professionals. Please join me in giving a huge congratulations to the Assistant Secretary of the Board, Myra Rivera. Congratulations, Myra.
Thank you, President Xi.
Now I'd like to turn to another piece of exciting news. This month, we have the distinct honor of welcoming the newest addition to our board. Our honorary 2024-2025 student board member, Carolina Carci. Member Carci. Congratulations on being selected for the next student board member. Member Carci is joined here today by a few special guests: her mom, her brother, her principal, Principal Morales, and her mentor, who is a familiar face to all of us, Dr. Janice Jackson, who is joining us virtually today. Member Carci, would you like to say a few words before we invite comments from Principal Morales and Dr. Jackson?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So my name is Carolina Carci, and I'm a rising senior at Roberto Clemente Community Academy. And it is a great honor to be the honorary student board member in the Chicago Board of Education. I'm excited to represent and elevate the voice of more than 300,000 students across Chicago public schools to improve the quality of education and life students have in schools. In my role as a student board member, I bring empathy and perspective. I have been a CPS student for 14 years, a bilingual teacher assistant for 3 years, and served on the local school council. My extensive knowledge and experiences will provide valuable insights into advocating for students, teachers, and administrators within the CPS system. One of the things I love to do is plant trees. And growing up in an environmentalist family, we believe that what defines a good human being is when they plant a tree, knowing full well they will not live long enough to sit under its shade. Even though I'm a rising senior, I consider this to be my final year in CPS, and I aim to plant as many seeds and dreams as I can in Chicago public schools so that the future generations can flourish with the fruits of our labor. Mi nombre es Carolina Carci y soy estudiante del último año de la preparatoria Roberto Clemente, y es un gran honor de ser miembro estudiantil de honor del Concilio de Educación de Chicago. Estoy emocionada de representar y elevar las voces de más de 300,000 estudiantes en las escuelas públicas de Chicago para mejorar la calidad de la educación, la vida de los estudiantes y en las escuelas. En mi posición como miembro del Concilio de Educación de Chicago, yo traigo empatía y perspectiva. He sido estudiante de CPS durante 14 años, asistente de maestro bilingüe durante 3 años y serví en el concilio escolar local. Mi amplio conocimiento y experiencias proporcionarán información valiosa para defender a los estudiantes, maestros y administradores dentro del sistema de CPS. Una de las cosas que me encanta hacer es plantar árboles. Al haber crecido en una familia ambientalista, creemos que lo que define a un buen ser humano es cuando planta un árbol, sabiendo muy bien que no vivirá lo suficiente para sentarse bajo su sombra. Aunque estoy a punto de cruzar mi último año de la preparatoria, considero que este es mi último año en CPS y mi objetivo es plantar tantas semillas y sueños como sea posible en las escuelas públicas de Chicago para que las generaciones puedan prosperar con los frutos de nuestro trabajo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Gosh, we are so excited. To have a student board member who comes in right away, understands that we're in the business of planting seeds, right? To talk about the policies and be informed. I can't wait for you to lead our student roundtable. It's great to have clarity and passion. So thank you. Principal Morales, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Chicago Public Schools Board of Education,
morning.
CEO
Good morning.
Martinez, CEO Skoomova. I just want to take a few minutes to congratulate. Well, first of all, my name is Devon Morales. I'm the principal of Roberto Clemente High School. I grew up in the neighborhood. My family attended that school, and I just want to be here to support my student, Carolina Carchi. I remember the first day I met her as a freshman. She came to the door, shook my hand and said, "Good morning, sir. My name is Carolina Carchi. I'm a freshman." And I said, "That's a pretty big book bag you have." That's okay. And from there, you could just see the stars in her eyes. She's ready to learn. Just like she said, she tutors bilingual students. We have over 300 newcomers due to our Welcome Center. And when we didn't have a teacher for one class, she was in there tutoring. And she gathered students in the lunchroom and in the library. And I just want to say, what this is going to do for our school community and our students, you're giving them the hope and the beacon of light that they can do it. And I'm very proud of you. And I know your parents are, your brothers, even your brother who graduated before you. So at this time, I would like to say, hey, Clemente is a school where we know we have our issues. And as a principal, I'm growing and you're growing, and we're not perfect, but I think the three of us are perfect together. And Carolina, I appreciate you. Thank you. Boy, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Principal Morales. And joining us virtually, we have Dr. Janice Jackson, former CEO of Chicago Public Schools. Dr. Jackson?
All right. Good morning, President Shi and distinguished board members, as well as my friend CEO Martinez and Chief Chagumbava. I am here today. It's an honor to it's an honor to speak to you today. I'm actually out in California at Carnegie, but that is the only thing keeping me away from this celebration today. I have had the privilege to serve as one of Carolina's many mentors since this past fall when I met her on a visit to Clemente. And let me just start by saying that the Board of Education has done a good thing by selecting her as the next student board representative for this school year. Carolina is a true activist. Her interests lie across a bunch of different domains, whether it be environmentalism, healthcare disparities, and education. Of course, for my part as a mentor, I am pushing her every single day to focus on that space related to education and narrowing those gaps. She really walks the walk. I talked to Carolina about her school and why she made that choice. It was a very deliberate choice because of her belief in the power of neighborhood schools. I think it had a little bit to do with Principal Morales, although don't tell him that, it might go to his head. But Morales and I talked together, so I get to tease him like that. But no, it's an honor to be here today. When I met her, I knew she would change the world, and I'm just excited to see in what way she's able to do that. And I think she'll be an excellent complement to this board, and she's an excellent mentee. I learned just as much from her as she learned from me. So Carolina, I am here to say congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson, and thank you all for coming out to honor Member Carchi's appointment to this board. We're looking forward to working with you. I know you'll come back in September when the school year resumes. In the meantime, enjoy this first meeting, and we look forward to having you back. Board members, any comments?
I just wanted, President Shi and I had the opportunity to meet Carolina via Zoom before she started, and as a joke, we were texting and saying maybe we should have Carolina like solve our budget crisis, because just the wisdom she brought to the meeting, the way that she's able to not only articulate her passion and her dreams, but also solutions and very systems oriented was incredibly impressive. So we're just so ecstatic and honored to have her on the board with us.
Okay, good. Oh, yep.
Un pequeño agradecimiento a la familia de Carolina. Muchas gracias a la mamá por estar aquí y por todo el apoyo que ha dado.
CEO Martinez, do you have any comments?
You know, I got to meet Carolina actually at the Clemente graduation this year. And I got to tell you, so she was doing all the Spanish interpretation for Principal Morales. And I had to close my eyes because I said, she cannot be a student. She has to be one of our staff, probably a staff that has been with us for many, many years. And so I just will say this, Carolina, and even at that time, I remember telling my team, I said, I hope, in the future she considers being part of our student advisory. And then I found out that, she was actually applying for the role. And so I will just say this, Carolina, there are certain individuals you run in your life where they just tend to, really bring people together. And I'll tell you, you are one of those individuals. And it's very, very clear. Y para tu mamá, de verdad, felicidades, pero tan mucho orgullo que tiene que tener con toda su familia. So again, Carolina, welcome. Looking forward to working with you.
All right, y'all. So we're now going to proceed with our business items. So the order of the meeting will be as follows. We'll start with honoring excellence, CEDO remarks, CEO remarks. We'll have committee updates, announcements. Then we'll start public participation. We'll have a 20-minute recess and come back. We'll have 3 presentations. We'll have the continuous improvement and data transparency update, a presentation on accelerated success, and our Black Student Success Working Group recommendations. Then we'll have discussion of public agenda items, vote on the public agenda items, enter closed session, reconvene, and adjourn. Chief Chukumbova, please proceed with honoring excellence and CEDO remarks.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Today, we will complete a year-long tradition of recognizing our city's community action councils. This month, it is our pleasure to welcome members of the Englewood CAC who tirelessly support 13 CPS schools in their community. This CAC was instrumental in the creation of Englewood STEM, the new state-of-the-art neighborhood high school that celebrated its first graduating class just last year. The CAC also partners with Boeing and Resident Association of Englewood to host a back-to-school bash every summer. This annual event provides more than 1,000 CPS families with free school supplies and helpful resources for starting the school year strong. Members of the Englewood CAC understand the power that community engagement has to impact our schools, and they are constantly trying to spread this message. They actively recruit parents and community members to run for Englewood's local school councils. 2 CAC members have even become CPS certified LSC trainers and have provided training through the Parent University site at the Parker Elementary School. This CAC is also determined that the children in their community get off to the strongest start possible when it comes to their education. So they go door to door, providing information about the district's pre-K programs and helping families to complete the application process. CPS could not be more grateful for the partnership of the Englewood CAC, and it is truly my honor to recognize them here today. I'll now invite all the CAC members who are here with us, the co-chairs, Denise Dyer and Darlene O'Banner, to say a few words and to share with the board.
Good morning, President Shi and board members, CPS administration. So my name is Denise Dyer, and I am one of the co-chairs of the Englewood CAC along with Darlene O'Banner. And we have both served in this position since 2018. The Englewood CAC is made up of current and former parents of students, CPS students, current and former LSC and Parent Advisory Council members, former AARP reading tutors, former and current parent mentors. Some of us are members of other organizations that do significant work in education, such as Raise Your Hand, Kofi, and Kids First Chicago. And most of us are current or former Inglewood residents. The goal of the Inglewood CAC is to ensure every student achieves academically while engaged in rigorous, well-rounded instructional programs and will graduate prepared for success in college, career, and life. We try to maintain a good relationship with CPS administrators as well as our individual school leaders. We partner with our schools by connecting them with resources and programs that are beneficial to students and their families. We have even built a relationship with the facilities department in our network to make sure that our schools are clean and inviting when our students come to learn. One of Inglewood's elementary schools that we partner with, Earl STEM, recently was awarded Demonstration Site School for their exemplary implementation of STEM Standards of Success by CPS STEM Department. Earl, along with some other Inglewood schools, have shown remarkable growth in the last 2 years. We are partnering with other Inglewood schools to achieve similar results. As she mentioned also, we have current LSC members. We go to LSC meetings in our school. We had a lot of vacancies, and we realized that a lot of parents they didn't feel empowered because they didn't understand or have that knowledge. So 2 of our members became CPS certified LSC trainers, and we train our parents. So several years ago, the Inglewood CAC submitted a proposal to CPS and the board for a high school in Inglewood. We petitioned 2,500 residents in our community, held town halls, and did everything possible to make sure the community engaged in every aspect of getting a new school built in Inglewood. Some of the reasons for a new school were there had not been a high school built in Inglewood in over 40 years. 92% of Inglewood High School students attended school outside the community. Some of the students were traveling 2 hours each way to school. They would leave during the winter months, they would leave home in the dark and return home in the dark. The school became a reality and opened in 2019 and was almost immediately sidelined by COVID-19. The first graduating class had over 115 students graduating with college credit, with 50 of them graduating with 15 or more college credit and 10 graduating with associate's degrees. We celebrated our second graduating class last month with more students graduating with college credits and associate's degree. And we would like to thank board member Fahey Hughes for attending that graduation ceremony. This school from inception to now has been community driven. We do everything we can to make sure that this school includes the community in its decision-making process. Unfortunately, CPS has recently made a decision that affects the school and its families without any community or parental input. Due to the issues with transportation, CPS has decided to change the bell schedule for Inglewood STEM. Although we fully understand why CPS would feel like this is necessary to make sure our students with disabilities get to school and back home safely, we feel the entire school population was not taken into consideration. We know and understand our community, and it is not safe for our children to be dismissed 30 minutes later, especially during the winter months. We need to find a way for the entire student body to get to school and back home safely. So our ask is that CPS set up a meeting with us to rethink this decision and come up with a better solution for all Inglewood STEM students and the Inglewood community. And lastly, we would like to thank the board, CPS administration, and especially our CAC specialist, Carl.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Darlene O'Banner, what you all know who I am. I want to personally thank Mr. Mayfield for coming out for a site visit at Earl. I gave attachments. I would like to request a meeting with someone from transportation and from the budget department. It's not the time to really kind of talk about it, but I would like to talk to someone about the budget. And my last thing is, Mr. Martinez, I know you do not know anything about it. As you know, we do have an Inglewood bash, back to school bash. And I understand with the budget cut that CPS is now having only, they went from 13 bashes to 6 bashes. The only thing that we're asking for, CPS is to help us, with book bags. We were told from the FACE department that we would only receive 50 book bags. Last year we received 1,000. So the only thing we was asking for is support for, back to school supplies. We also, submitted and, talked to the FACE department that due to the budget, it was a great idea if they had to just gave the money to the schools and the book bags to the schools and give that money to each individual school and let them have their own back to school bash. And that way that money could have been saved since we are at a tense with the budget. And I want to thank everybody for their partnership. We have a great partnership with facility. I would like to thank Laurel CPS for always answering my call. CEO, thank you. And Rondana, thank you. And thank you to the board members. And we just need help with the book bags. If y'all can give us about 2,000. And introduce the members of the Inglewood CAC is.
Hi, my name is Karma Mora. I'm a new member.
My name is Larry Baker and I'm a new member.
Hi, my name is Tyrone Ferguson Jr. I've been here for about a year.
And we also have our LSC facilitator, because in the Inglewood community, we're going through a transition with new principals. We are working on it. We're trying to get a handle on it. And we have several schools that's gonna go into principal select. So we have Sonia, our LSC facilitator here with us this morning also. And I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the partnership. I couldn't tell everybody my names, but I have a partnership with the whole CPS facilities, everybody, Adam. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for all of your engagement and involvement with Englewood schools. I said it earlier, and if I can make one more comment, I almost never had a visit to any of the Englewood schools, whether or not it was for a principal meeting, for a roundtable discussion with students, for United Black Male Educators meeting, or celebration event where the CAC was not present. They're hands-on and visible, and they really know what's going on in the schools. And it is a lot of dedication because, as you heard, they have been serving on the CACs for so many years. So thank you so much, really impressive engagement. And I appreciate all of the advice and wisdom that you have shared with me over the years. So thank you so much for being here. And I would like to turn it over to Board Member Morales for comments.
Yeah, don't leave yet, ladies. Well, I want to echo Chief Chikomova's comments and thank you and you two for your leadership and the entire CAC for your incredible work and commitment to the Englewood community. I first met both of you, and I know for sure, Ms. O'Banner, at the Back to School Bash at the beginning of this past school year. And it was an yes, and Mariela was pregnant, yeah. It was an incredible event with a line around the block. I remember you had so many activities for families, for all the students of all ages, kiosks with neighborhood organizations and CPS departments present, and it was truly an impressive event. I've mentioned it here before how essential CACs are. They're an essential partner for the Chicago Public Schools because you all are the very embodiment of community action, of community power, and of community voice. And without the partnership and exactly the comments you made today, right, of the things you need for your community and the advocating that you and all the CACs do on behalf of your community are absolutely needed to make sure that as a district, we're doing right by the communities that we are serving. And so, Ms. Dyer, Ms. O'Banner, I wanted to thank you and all of the CAC members for your leadership, your passion, and your continued dedication to your community. So thank you.
So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege here and just recognize y'all's leadership here. I'm not surprised that you guys came with a list of demands, as you should, right? And so I'm glad that we'll take that back and learn more about them. I want to take a moment and recognize you, Ms. Dyer. I'm not here without you. It was you that sat me down on 63rd and Halsted that showed me what was going on in Englewood. It was you who got us involved in more local school council work, whole school safety, special education, gosh, everything, literacy, everything, right? And it took your leadership and your wisdom to teach me, raise your hand, other folks, and I want to recognize that. Folks should get their roses now. So thank you.
Thank you again. We really value and appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll proceed with my remarks. I first also want to chime in and share a welcoming message to Carolina, our district new honorary student board member. Carolina, I am looking forward to meet you in person and to spend some time discussing your goals and your leadership journey. But I can already tell that you have established yourself as a leader at Clemente High School and now at our district. I'm excited that you can now bring those leadership skills to the district and can provide your wisdom and advice to me and everyone else on the leadership team. I congratulate you on your appointment, and I'm looking forward to the valuable perspective that you will share with all of us. I also want to congratulate our educators, families, and especially our students on finishing the school year strong. I hope that everyone is enjoying this summer break, but want to remind families about the opportunities that are happening throughout the district to keep students engaged this summer. This begins with healthy, nutritious meals, which are available to our students Monday through Friday at hundreds of school locations and outdoor lunch stop sites through August 4th. Families can visit our website at cps.edu to find the meal locations that is most convenient for them. Summer programming is also underway at our schools, with thousands of CPS students from every grade level participating in academic enrichment and transition opportunities. I want to thank all of our CPS teachers and support staff who are making our summer programming possible. Because whether it is providing targeted academic supports, helping students prepare for critical milestones like preschool, kindergarten, or ninth grade, or exposing our young people to opportunities in the arts, athletics, STEM, and much more, our summer programs are a valuable bridge between one school year and the next. I also want to acknowledge two celebrations that are important to our district this month. All CPS schools and offices were closed on June 19 in honor of Juneteenth, a day when we commemorate the end of slavery in the United States. In a way, I wish our students were in school on that day so that they could reflect together on the advancements that have been made in equal rights and social justice. But I also know that these conversations happen in our classrooms on many other days. Our educators spend time throughout the school year helping their students learn about these milestones in our society and about the African-American history and culture that are a critical part of our country's story. Also this month is the Pride Month. Our district wants to uplift the need for equality and inclusivity among all groups, including our LGBTQ+ community. This is an especially important point to make as we wrap up our celebration of the Pride Month. Our goal is to create learning environments where all students, including those who identify as LGBTQ+, feel valued and supported. Toward that end, the CPS Office of Student Health and Wellness is continuing our partnership with the Children First Fund to provide resources for LGBTQ+ supportive learning environments. We also provide support for school gender and sexuality alliances, or GSAs, which create spaces for LGBTQ+ youth to build community, find belonging, and develop resilience against anti-LGBTQ+ sentiment and actions. As Pride Month draws to a close, I hope that everyone in our LGBTQ+ community is experiencing feelings of joy and belonging that will carry them into the new school year. Finally, today, I want to share an exciting announcement regarding 3 schools and 2 CPS departments that have now updated their names. North Lawndale STEAM schools. 3 schools in our city's North Lawndale community will now be known as the North Lawndale STEAM Partnership. These are Johnson STEAM Elementary School, Chalmers STEAM Elementary School, and Collins Academy STEAM High School. After years of advocacy by community organizations, including the North Lawndale Community Action Council, CPS is thrilled to be providing the students in these schools with a robust STEAM education beginning this fall. By providing students with this instruction from preschool all the way through high school graduation, we are enriching the academic offerings in North Lawndale and helping prepare more of our students for the demands of STEAM careers in the future. 2 CPS departments also have adopted new names this month. The Office of Diverse Learner Supports and Services, ODLSS, will now be known as the Office for Students with Disabilities, or OSD. Board Member Fahey Hughes will share more details in her committee updates around the community engagement and the thought process behind this change. So for now, I will just say that I appreciate the many CPS stakeholders who participated in choosing this new name. I hope that this change will improve clarity and create a greater sense of belonging for our students with disabilities. Similarly, CPS students who speak multiple languages should feel validated by the new name chosen by the team and stakeholders who are supporting their learning. The Office of Language and Culture Education will now be the Office of Multicultural, Multilingual Education, or OMME. The goal of this change is to more clearly identify the kinds of supports and services that are provided by the talented team in the department and also the support staff. In addition, we hope that it will reflect how much we value our district's diversity and the hundreds of languages that are spoken by our CPS students and their families. Mr. President, this concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you. CEO Martinez, we are ready for your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to start again by welcoming our honorary student board member, Carolina. Elevating student voice is a major priority for our district. Our students deserve to be at the table as we make decisions that will impact their futures. And I'm thrilled to have Carolina representing their interests and perspectives. And thank you for also representing the amazing talent we have across our district. I want to now turn to another topic. This was a milestone event that our district experienced this month in partnership with our CTU partners. In an unprecedented moment of collaboration and transparency, CPS and our labor partners of the Chicago Teachers Union held their first public negotiation on Friday, June 14th. The topic of discussion was green school initiatives. Both CPS and CTU presented information about green efforts and initiatives that are already underway. They also touched on investments that both parties agree are needed for the future and success of our schools. We learned in this session is that CPS and CTU share many goals around green initiatives. This includes the need to modernize our facilities, improve the infrastructure of our schools, and enhance energy efficiency throughout the district. As the summer continues, both negotiating teams will build on this start made through more discussion within their standing Green School Committee. My hope is that these discussions will focus on the need to advocate with one voice for sustainable funding, particularly from our government partners at the federal, state, and local level. Given our district's challenging financial outlook, securing these external funds will be the most viable path if we're to make progress on our Green Schools initiative. I want to thank our labor partners for the collaboration during this month's public bargaining session, and I look forward to creating a platform around our shared desire for sustainable green initiatives in our schools. I'll now turn to an update on where things stand with our budget for fiscal year 2025. As I shared last month, all school budgets for the 24-25 school year have been submitted to the district. I appreciate the careful consideration that our principals, local school councils put in creating their budgets, and I'm glad to report that the district is following suit. The budget model we're using for 2025 is brand new, and it's important that we do our due diligence to socialize it with all of our stakeholders. We're in the middle of this process now, and I look forward to bringing the full 2024-25 budget before the board later this summer. I want to assure our CPS community, especially our principals, that this shift in timing will not impact their ability to put staff and resources in place for the new school year. Today, we're presenting the board with a resolution that will allow all CPS principals to have access to their school funding by July 5th, 2024. There's no denying that CPS is facing a challenging financial outlook, but I remain confident that when our 2025 budget is complete, 2025 budget is complete, the overall level of funding provided to schools will be maintained or likely increase in what we experienced compared to the last school year. This budget will also protect the investments and resources that have led our CPS students ranking #1 in the nation among large school districts for reading recovery and #3 in the nation overall for reading and math. By spending a few more weeks to finalize the details of our 2025 budget, we can ensure that we're putting the foundation in place to build on this momentum going into the next school year. I now want to move to update where we're at with transportation for the upcoming school year. We are continuing to partner with the Illinois Secretary of State's office around options to recruiting more bus drivers, including ways to make obtaining the commercial driver license or CDL easier and more accessible. We're also continuing to push to have the under the hood section of the CDL exam waived and ultimately removed. We have now escalated the issue to the U.S. Department of Transportation, outlining all the ways in which the shortage of school bus drivers is negatively impacting our goal of providing every child in every community in Chicago with the education they deserve. I know families are frustrated, and I empathize with this frustration. Parents need and deserve to know what their children's transportation options will be going into the next school year, and we're working as quickly as possible to provide those answers. CPS is continuing to explore all options within the district and beyond. Our goal remains to get as many additional students on buses as we possibly can for the 24-25 school year and to have the priorities as our policy states. I thank our families for their patience and look forward to providing the comprehensive transportation update at the July Board of Education meeting. Finally, today, I want to briefly preview the presentations that will be shared later in today's meeting. First, the first is the continuous improvement in data transparency policy. The first will provide a status update on the implementation of the continuous improvement data transparency policy, or CIDT. This is the system CPS will be using moving forward to track the district's efforts to support school improvement. It is a far more holistic approach than our previous approach. It signals a major shift as we measure accountability. Unlike earlier accountability systems, CIDT will not assign schools a numerical ranking. Instead, we'll go far deeper, using several indicators to paint a full picture of the practices and conditions that are present in our schools. Families, staff, and community members will have access to these indicators through an interactive online dashboard, greatly improving transparency across the district. But CIDT is not just about tracking progress in our schools. It also places the responsibility on the district, identifying where we are providing schools the resources and supports needed to drive progress. The shared responsibility for improvement is what makes CIDT such a transformational tool. And I want to thank our board for pushing us to get it this far. We'll go into much more detail on CIDT during today's presentation. So for now, I'll simply thank the thousands of educators, families, community members, and district leaders who came together over the past year to create this more holistic, more effective system for understanding and improving our district. Our second presentation will include our encouraging updates about our academic growth of our students that our students experienced the last school year. Chief Chukumba will share some of the preliminary data that shows that our district continues to move in the right direction and that it reflects the hard work of our amazing staff and students. These gains are definitely worth celebrating, and I'm glad to have a chance to share them today. But equally important are the investments and practices the CPS has put in place to help our students achieve the rigorous, joyful, and equitable daily learning experience we want for them. This includes everything from high-quality curriculum, targeted academic supports, and robust post-secondary planning, and much more. By outlining these practices in detail in today's presentation, we hope that everyone will have a clear understanding of their value and of our district's commitment to building on their success moving forward. The final presentation of the day will provide an update on our district's engagement around Black student success and outline the recommendations that have been provided to the district by our Black Student Success Working Group. In December 2023, CPS formed a Black Student Success Working Group made up of students, educators, and staff, as well as community leaders who have been powerful advocates for the advancement of Chicago's Black youth. We asked this group to develop recommendations to help close the opportunity gaps that persist for our district's Black students and that will help set these students up for success in the future. The working group achieved this by meeting regularly and hosting numerous focus groups and community roundtables to gather feedback from CPS stakeholders, and these were across the city. After months of collaboration and engagement, recommendations from the Black Student Success Working Group have now been submitted to CPS. We will explore these recommendations during today's presentation, as well as review the data that underscores the need for a Black Student Success Plan in our district. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments? Great. So we'll move on to committee updates. Member Fahey Hughes, please proceed with the update on the Special Education Advisory Committee.
I'm happy to. As Chief Chukumba shared, it's official. CPS now has an office for students with disabilities. Thank you. Here's some of the reasoning behind that change. Within CPS, approximately 70% of students have IEPs, and an additional 7% have 504 plans. The variety of these disabilities and their impact on student learning runs a wide spectrum, but the thing these students have in common is having a disability. The name change to Office for Students with Disabilities gives a simple, accurate, and more importantly, a disability embracing name for the office that supports students with special education and 504 plan needs. Students with disabilities in CPS are often the most challenged and hardest working students in the district. Changing the name of the office that supports these students helps to destigmatize the term disability, gives clarity to the purpose of the office, and honors the phenomenal students with disabilities in CPS. I want to acknowledge the thoughtful contribution and collaboration of the Board Special Education Advisory Committee, and specifically the working group tasked with addressing the culture of special education within CPS. I also want to commend OSD Chief Long, who took the working group's recommendation, got feedback from stakeholders, and ran with it. Our next meeting will be on Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Westinghouse College Prep, 3223 West Franklin Boulevard. We will also update the committee tabs on the Board of Education's website to include the upcoming meetings through 2024. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership on the Special Education Advisory Committee. So now for announcements. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you need assistance or want to meet with a board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Board Secretary, please share the details for the next Agenda Review Committee meeting and regular board meeting.
Thank you, President Shi. The next Agenda Review Committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. Monday, July 15th, and will close Tuesday, July 16th at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. The next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, July 25th, 2024. Advanced registration will open at 10:30 a.m. Tuesday, July 23rd, and will close Wednesday, July 24th at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled, whichever is first. If anyone has any questions about this process, please contact the board office for assistance. Thank you.
Now let's proceed with today's public participation session. So thank you for joining us to share our comments with the board. In compliance to the Illinois Open Meetings Act, public participation, sometimes referred to as public comment, is the portion of the board meeting or hearing that grants district stakeholders the opportunity to address the board with their concerns and comments. Note that public participation is the time for the board and CPS leadership to listen and hear from you rather than a time for dialogue with board members during or after your remarks. While we can't discuss personnel matters, public participation is a key component of transparent governance, and it provides us as board members, as well as senior leadership, an opportunity to listen to everyone who signed up to speak. This board takes equity of voice seriously. While we may not address your comments directly during public participation, CPS leadership is always present at our meetings and are able to address concerns as follow-ups after the meeting. As a district and as a board, we have also many other spaces for authentic dialogue. For example, each and every one of our board members host office hours so that we can have a conversation. Thank you for your attention and your consideration. As a reminder, union representatives will be allotted 10 minutes to speak before public participation, and any elected officials will speak after the conclusion of public participation.
Members of the public who registered to speak were given the option to attend in person or via an electronic format. For those who preferred to attend via an electronic format, they were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to the internet or who may have weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. For speakers joining us virtually, as a reminder to unmute, please press *6. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record. I will then start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. For any observers wishing to stand with speakers, please stand on either side of your speaker to ensure aisles are clear. Thank you. And President Shi, before we begin calling registered speakers from the speakers list, we do have union reps who would like to address the board. We'll begin with Jackson Potter, CTU Vice President, who is here in person.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell we have some of our amazing members here today? Thanks for giving us this opportunity. I know you all had to do the mad dash scramble, and this is great. You know, it's way better than the overflow room, so perhaps this should be happening more frequently. Welcome, Carolina. Looking forward to your advocacy. Sounds like you're off to a strong start. Thanks for the words, CEO Martinez, about public bargaining. I agree, it was historic. I think it sets the stage for, you know, some incredible progress and transformation. Our contract expires in 4 days. And so I'm here today in part to talk about budgets as moral documents. So is a staffing to student ratio, as is your new equity budget formula. And there are some historic advances built in to these initiatives, and there are things that don't compute. We can't fire 330 plus Black, Latina, paraprofessionals, many of whom are bilingual, many working with our students with disabilities, homeless students, when those students have the greatest needs in our school communities, and those critical areas have only grown this past year. It doesn't add up, and we've said this many times, we'll say it again, that in the very next moment when people receive a layoff notice, not for doing anything wrong, but because of budgetary pressure or enrollment changes, that the district then opens up new positions of those same roles and responsibilities, sometimes in the same schools that are experiencing layoffs, and tell the people who have done their job well they have to reapply. We're working with CEO Martinez and the board to stop the loss of these talented and dedicated educators. This has now become an annual bloodletting ritual that we hope will end, or at least become more humane and thoughtful. And there have been productive talks on how to do that better. But, and I want to emphasize this, I think the district is still wedded to some bad habits. CEO Martinez, you do talk about a deficit, which we agree on. It does exist. But we cannot continue doing that without reminding the public that bad bank deals led by your predecessors, I'm not going to put this on your term, but Forrest Claypool, Rahm Emanuel, spurred by the likes of Governor Rauner, called for CPS to go bankrupt at a time when we had budget challenges. And that led to some of the most usurious, crooked, terribly managed financial deals in the district's history. Just for an example, $150 million in bonds to JP Morgan Chase, where they literally raked us through the coals, 10% interest rates and more. At least $234 million in termination fees, totally drained CPS reserves in 2015. That's why we're here today, in part. There's other reasons, but that's a big one. Those bad actors must be called out and, where necessary, held accountable, pushed to renegotiate, pay back revenues that translate into things like libraries and librarians. Need I remind the board that this was the historic moment when we began to lose and completely eliminate, by and large, our librarians from the system? That's not a coincidence. This is when it started. Similarly, CEO, we cannot afford to wait late into the legislative session to make a clear case for equity and critical investments to ensure fairness in the educational system. Please don't be like the Cubs and start playing in the ninth inning. It's not going well for that team. It won't go well for us. And it will disrupt the reading recovery, reading and math scores that we should get credit for. Not a good time to change course or to destabilize what we've got. All schools across the state are going to see this ESSER cliff, not just CPS. We got a coalition. It's growing, unfortunately. And as these COVID funds dry up, we know CPS is simultaneously becoming more like other school districts. Remember, we've been historically the only district in the state without an elected school board. It's about to change. So that what else should change is that the state pays for pension legacy costs the way it does for other school districts. We can't be held to the same standard and then forced to play by different rules. So we got to have a commitment by the state to address the pension costs that are legacy, meet the actual formula they created for raising the level of investment in education, and stop Illinois from being in the bottom quartile of states in terms of our funding ratios. We can't cut teacher assistants while putting tens of millions of dollars this year alone into Skyline. The educators I speak with, and I think you'll hear from them today, have kindly referred to that curriculum as a dumpster fire. I think the U of C Consortium School Research recently did some qualitative interviews that support that conclusion. Should ask people, Prefer a TA, or do you prefer this curriculum? Those are choices. How does it make sense to lay off 30 plus bilingual teachers, 20 restorative justice coordinators, 8 bilingual paraprofessionals, over 30 youth intervention specialists, at the very moment when we need these positions to transition from the elimination of school resource officers? Doesn't make sense. That more than 50% increase in the homeless population of CPS. Doesn't make sense that the people doing that work are then laid off, have to reapply, and the need is greater. Or that we have an influx of Spanish-speaking students. There's got to be more planning centrally around matching the people with the qualifications to the vacancies with the needs. You can't just delegate that to principal discretion. It takes too long, it's inefficient, and it doesn't maximize the human resources and capabilities that you already have. We should not allow charter networks that actively fight unionization drives like Noble or Perspectives to stack up $100 million in reserves when this district has 3 days worth of cash. That's outrageous. Those are taxpayer dollars. Hold them accountable. We shouldn't be contracting with Teach for America, or as the late, great Karen Lewis once called them, Teach for a While. With hundreds of experienced educators being forced to get new positions they're qualified to teach in. Our failure to aggressively seek federal grants and state financing for green facilities when the Biden administration has dedicated a historic more than $300 billion to that initiative is something we are continuing to talk about and work around and collaborate with you to address. And I know you'll hear from some student interns today about that very matter. Appreciate the time. Let's get some of this done. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next union rep is Jen Conant, CTU Charter Division Chair, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good morning, members of the board and CEO Martinez and Chief Chikumbova. I apologize that I cannot be in person with you this morning. Even though I can't be there in person, I feel compelled to speak. Each month, we hear representatives of the charter industry saying that they want less accountability and more opportunity to innovate, that they're doing a wonderful job. But I asked this morning, if the charter industry is trying to innovate and to do better than district schools, then why do charter operators like Namaste refuse to agree to follow legally required special education laws and services in their contracts with CTU? Why do they refuse to discuss bilingual education? Charter operators like Namaste often claim that they are, quote, committed to providing special education services and to serving English language learners and committed to properly staffing their schools. But when push comes to shove and educators demand that charter operators put their commitment in writing, they refuse. And by refusing, they show their hand. They are not actually committed. Namaste, more than half the student body is made up of English language learners. The school has a dual language Spanish immersion program. But Namaste was found in this most recent renewal by the board to not meet standards for serving English language learners. And yet, they refuse to agree in writing to properly staff the English language program. That doesn't sound like innovation to us. Similarly, 25% of the students at Namaste have special needs. Namaste was rated as not meeting standards for diverse learners in their renewal by the board. And yet Namaste is refusing to commit to providing the staff needed to provide special education services and refusing to talk about their working conditions, despite these conditions being closely tied to how well special education staff can do their job. This includes the demand to follow the law on special education class sizes and to providing social work services, which Namaste has continued to refuse to discuss. That doesn't sound like innovation to us. Our contract demands, the demands of educators in these charter schools, are not arbitrary or capricious. We are making staffing demands and negotiations because it is what is best for our students. If the charter industry is serious as a whole about providing the education our students deserve, The industry needs to take a good look at itself and ask whether they can really continue to support schools like Namaste that refuse to do what's right. And to the board, we ask that you help us to land a contract with Namaste. Tell them to do what's right and commit in writing to properly staffing their school, including providing a full-time English language program teacher and a full-time social worker, and tell them to commit in writing to creating working conditions for our special education staff that provide the best learning conditions for our students. And as a board, please hold charter operators accountable because they clearly won't on their own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Stacia Scott, SEIU Local 73 Executive Vice President, who is here in person.
Good morning, CEO Martinez, excuse me, Board President Shi, and the rest of the board. My name is Stacia Scott Kennedy. I'm the Executive Vice President for SEIU Local 73. So I'm going to be relatively brief this morning. Our members still haven't received their retro checks. We know that Wage Comps is working on it and has prioritized it. We are asking for a set date so that we can tell our members when to expect the retro check. We're working through it, but our members really need this money over the summer right now. They are struggling to make ends meet. So I'm hoping that we can get some urgency behind those retro payouts. Contract implementation. We're excited and hopeful that Labor Relations has committed to conducting trainings with principals and managers on the new contract language and the differences. We'll ask for a continued partnership and a plan around that to make sure that all parties are aware of our new rights and language and that it is enforced this upcoming school year. Inclement weather. We anticipate that we're going to see more and more heat waves happening. We also know that we have buses with no air conditioning. And so last year we did an emergency partnership to figure out ways to get fans and water to the bus aides and the students on the buses. But then we also figured out how to do water distribution to our crossing guards who are standing out in the extreme heat for hours. Ideally, we would be able to have a contingency plan that we can just enact and run with because we should anticipate that this is going to be happening more frequently as we see the climate changing. So we're asking that we can figure out a game plan around inclement weather when it comes to the buses and to our crossing guards. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to figure something out with the board. Lastly, we have offered to help lobby down in Springfield multiple times, both privately, publicly, and we will throw it out again. SEIU 73 will partner with CPS to go down to Springfield and lobby. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Shi, we are now ready to call registered speakers from the speakers list. And we will begin with Joanna Smith, speaker number 1, followed by Dwayne Truss, speaker number 2, and then Leandra Khan, speaker number 3, who is joining us virtually. Speaker number 1, Joanna Smith.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Joanna Smith, and I work with the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. In the city of Chicago, we have a choice public school system. In the state of Illinois, there are 55,000 students attending a charter school that reside in the city of Chicago. 96% of Illinois charter school students identify as students of color, and 85% of students receive free or reduced lunch. As a city, we are having the wrong conversation, one that pits quality schools that include neighborhood schools, charter schools, selective enrollment, and magnet schools against each other. A recent poll released by Stand for Children found that 82% of voters in the city, including 86% of parents, express a desire to choose the public school that best meets their students' needs, whether it's their neighborhood school or a choice school. The poll also reveals an interesting finding. While opponents of public school choice assert that choice undermines neighborhood schools, polling found that 78% of voters and 81% of parents agree that we don't have to choose between strong neighborhood schools and public school choice for Chicago families. We can have both. The real work is to activate communities to rally against the broader
Speaker number one,
forces
you have 30 seconds
that
remaining.
continue to allow poorly performing schools that do not meet the needs of children or communities to remain. And as part of this work, we must listen to underserved communities and people as a whole and their desire for school choice. Transitioning away from high quality public schools that parents have chosen for their children is a decision out of step with what parents and families want. Finally, in the pursuit of true equity, parents need a Board of Education
Speaker number
that
one,
listens
please
to
conclude your
constituents
remarks.
and truly cultivates an educational system that is student-centered and also honors the choices that parents and caregivers have made for their own children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dwayne Truss, speaker number two.
Good morning, board members and CEO Martinez and CPS staff and CPS security. You can take a break today. CEO Martinez, I'm disappointed that you failed to mention the history behind the Black Student Success Initiative. It was South and West Side stakeholders who lobbied Springfield to create a board level committee to address the Black student achievement gap. While we commend you that you on the CPS committee that's established, the way the committee was put together was very rushed, so sudden, and our concern, and you justified our concern for putting it on the in state and legislation because it feels so rushed and inauthentic. As you know, and we thank you and Chief Madonna for coming out to the Austin community, you saw people that was there and ready to work. We understand this is a long-term game. We didn't get in this situation. It took 100 years to get in this situation, and we're not going to get out of it in 6 months. And I just got to criticize the fact of the way this process is going, because again, we wanted at the board level something in legislation, so that way if somebody, your successor, hope you be here forever, but for your successor to have this living document or living ongoing work to say that, yeah, we recognize there's this academic gap. We're not going to keep our heads in the sands, and it's going to take all of us working together, stakeholders, educators, administrators, to deal with it and deal with some, real serious business. But we can't do that if the relationship is being authentic. And also, again, I do have to call out the fact that appointments to this working group and everything seems to be political. Certain people like Natasha Dunn,
Speaker number
whose
two, you
idea
have 30 seconds
created
remaining.
this, she's not even participating at all because the mayor's office says she could not. Whereas you got people like me and other people on the West Side who spent a year to do this. It's like, thank you, but we don't need you, because they know that we're going to be committed to the work and get it done. And unfortunately, they know that those individuals they put on there as political appointees are going to go do as the mayor say do as the mayor say not do. And I'm just saying, an appeal to Black families and Black people in here, we got to stop being treated like this, in terms of like, we understand what's going on in our
Speaker number two,
communities,
please
but if
conclude
we're
your
going to be
remarks.
excluded from the table, it's just going to continue that vicious cycle. And thank you for the opportunity. And security, I told you didn't have to get up today.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Leandra Khan, speaker number 3, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Leandra Khan. The debate around school choice is essentially a statement about class. Parents who have means, access, education, and resources have always been able to exercise school choice, whether it's by sending their child to De La Salle or their child getting into Bronzeville Classical or moving to a neighboring suburb. These parents have access to the process and some guarantee that they can make the right choice for their students. Charter parents are not being heard or considered by this board. This board continues to guarantee selective enrollment parents on average higher income than the district as a whole, that they will keep their children's school open while staying silent on the fate of charter schools where mostly Black and brown students attend. This is inconsistent, inequitable, and wrong. I'm a former CPS student who attended a selective enrollment school and was a CPS parent whose child attended a selective enrollment school, and I'm grateful that I was able to make that choice for my son. I'm a former CPS teacher, dean, assistant principal, and principal, and I'm proud of the work I did as a CPS employee. I've also served as a principal in Oak Park. There, I got to see firsthand how the Board of Education values parent voice. Nothing in that district happens without the input of parents, many who clearly have means, access, resources, and education. I now work in the charter space and have been since 2017. I am proud to serve the students and families who see charter schools as their option for a quality education. This board has said that they are moving away from school choice, which is very concerning to me, and is about to approve a 5-year plan that doesn't include charter families.
Speaker
This
number
board
3,
is
you have
told-
30 seconds remaining.
This board has told selective enrollment parents over and over that they will not close their schools. But what about charters? What about families who don't have access to selective enrollment schools or private schools or the ability to move to the suburbs? What do they do if they don't want to send their child to the neighborhood school? Where is their right, and why is it in jeopardy? Charter schools serve a higher percentage of students of color and students from marginalized communities, the very communities this board claims to be most committed to serving. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Our next speaker is Jessica Cairns, speaker number 4. And as Jessica Cairns approaches the podium, will be followed by Lauren Van Den Bosch, speaker number 5, and Ada Crandell, speaker number 10.
Hi, my name is Jessica Kearns. I am currently the chair of the LSC at Foreman High School. As with many other schools, we received notice that we would have some of our special education teacher and SECA positions cut this year. Unfortunately, we are in some unique circumstances. When the budget came out in the middle of April, we also received notice that our principal was resigning. And so as he went over all of this information with us, he assured myself and other LSC members that that he would be immediately beginning the appeal process before he left. So he gave us 2 weeks notice. A week into that time, he took PTO for the rest of it. We ended up with an AIC, thankfully, who was wonderfully helpful and began initiating that process because it became apparent that that hadn't been done. Just a few days after he received all of the data to begin that process, he suffered a fatal heart attack. So we have been without leadership other than our assistant principals for the remainder of the school year. The assumption by the LSC, by parents, by the special education department was that as the assistant principals are picking up the slack on everything and working tirelessly on that was on their to-do list. But we found out this week that it wasn't. So in all this time, that process never got initiated. We still don't have an AIC or a new interim principal. We still don't know when that will happen. We're told at some point over the summer. In the meantime, this is not a slow process.
Speaker number 4, you have 30 seconds remaining.
So we're trying to find out if anybody, whether it's follow-up from the board or anybody in this room, can help with identifying ways that the LSC, the parents, and the SPED department can step up and help find a solution toward this, because this is going to cause delays in a really high-need school with our most vulnerable population. We're talking about 100 students or so, almost entirely students of color, almost entirely low income. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Board and CPS staff, let's follow up with that.
Our next 2 speakers, Lauren Van Den Bosch, speaker number 5, and Ada Crandell, speaker number 10, from Sunrise Movement.
Hello, my name is Lauren Vanden Bosch. I'm a Rogers Park resident and an organizer with Sunrise Chicago, and I'm requesting that you introduce our Green New Deal for Chicago Public Schools resolution. Our Green New Deal for Chicago Public Schools campaign aims to upgrade our public school buildings and buses and implement plans to respond to climate disasters, as well as provide our students clear pathways to high-paying green jobs, teach them the truth about the climate crisis, and guarantee them healthy, locally sourced, sustainable meals through school gardens and composting. School boards have already passed similar resolutions in Berkeley, California, Northampton, Massachusetts, Boulder Valley, Colorado, Washington, D.C., and Evanston, Illinois. Last month, I observed your board meeting and listened to people speak about many concerns, such as decreased funding, lack of mental health support, and the need for more vocational education during high school. This Green New Deal for Chicago Public Schools is yet another series of demands on top of many demands you have already received. Why should you prioritize it? The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time. It will exacerbate all of the existing inequalities in our school system, and the solutions must be intersectional. We're all here today because the boardroom, the original location, was flooded, and Chicago is particularly vulnerable to flooding caused by climate change. I decided to speak today because I'm
Speaker
upset
number
by
5,
how
you
my
have 30
own K
seconds
through
remaining.
12 education failed to prepare me for this crisis. Most of my classes did not mention it at all. I was given no guidance about climate-friendly career opportunities. I did not learn how to garden or compost. Although I am not a CPS alum, as a community member, I want to make sure that the current and future Chicago Public School students have a better educational experience than I did. They deserve to be adequately prepared to navigate their adult lives in our rapidly warming world. Please introduce our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
comments. And our next speaker, Ada Crandell, speaker number 10.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Ada Crandall. I'm an organizer with the Sunrise Movement, reading on behalf of CPS student Nava Stein, who could not make it today. She is an incoming sophomore at Jones College Prep and a leader of her school's Green New Deal team. I'm here to tell you why you must support our Green New Deal for Chicago Public Schools resolution. On February 13th, 2024, I received an email from CPS requesting that I complete a survey to, quote, understand your thoughts and perspectives on the state of our current school buildings. I was excited to respond, but I was met with disappointment when I saw that none of the options listed were relevant to Sunrise Chicago's main concerns. Although CPS seems to recognize the need for improved school buildings, the district has continually missed the mark on what improvements would most help students. Before new lab equipment and athletic facilities, we need clean drinking water. After all, what's more important, upgrades to existing amenities or ensuring students' basic safety and health? The drinking fountains at my school almost always have a yellow filter status. The water tastes like chlorine and has lead in it. Recently, I had a school choir concert. Before it was my turn to sing, my throat was very dry. I knew that this would impact my singing, but I still avoided drinking the water as long as I could. But singing is not the only activity that requires hydration. According to the Journal of the American College of Nutrition, even a 2% drop in someone's hydration level decreases their cognitive function. This means that a fear of drinking water at school poses a threat to students' ability to perform well
Speaker number
academically.
10, you have 30 seconds remaining.
One of the top demands of our Green New Deal for CPS campaign is safe and clean buildings, free of asbestos, lead-corroded pipes, and other environmental hazards. If improving our school buildings and stopping the climate crisis matters to you, please introduce our resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Wendy Rodriguez, speaker number 6, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Oradora número 6, por favor, presione estrella y el número 6. Puede empezar, por favor.
Muy buenos días. Soy
Buenos días.
padre de mis hijos que asisten a la Escuela Autónoma Aspira. Elegí esta escuela porque al ponderar las diferentes opciones, esta fue la mejor opción para mis hijos. Esta junta ha dicho que se están alejando de la elección de la escuela, lo cual me preocupa mucho y está a punto de aprobar un plan de 5 años que no nos incluye. Asistí a la última reunión con planificación estratégica de 5 años. Las secciones de retroalimentación no tuvieron en cuenta cómo se incluyen las escuelas públicas autónomas en el plan estratégico de 5 años. Los padres de escuelas autónomas no obtuvieron respuestas a las diferentes preguntas en estas reuniones de participación comunitaria. Es momento de hacer un alto e incluir a estas escuelas que son de suma importancia y que dejen de jugar con el futuro de nuestros hijos, que nos incluyan a los padres e hijos autónomos en su proceso de toma de decisiones. Que el futuro de nuestros jóvenes dependen de muchas escuelas autónomas para que ellos puedan así seguir hacia adelante. La igualdad de financiación y los estatutos se tratan de formas diferentes. ¿cómo van a brindar apoyo financiero a los estudiantes en nuestro sistema? En la reunión que asistí no había ninguna carta de apoyo ni de información. Cabe resaltar que mi experiencia dentro de la escuela ha sido maravillosa. Agradezco a Dios por cada uno de los
Te
maestros
quedan 30 segundos, por favor,
profesionales
concluye.
y gracias al cuerpo administrativo. Y nuevamente, por favor, tómenos en cuenta porque hace falta. Esta escuela no debe de salir del sistema. Muchas gracias.
Gracias por sus comentarios.
We'll have the statement translated.
Sorry about that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am a CPS parent. My children go to Aspira Charter School. I chose the school because, after considering the different options, I decided this was the best one for my children. This board has stated that it is moving away from school choice, which worries me immensely. It is also about to approve a 5-year plan that does not include us. I attended the last meeting on the 5-year strategic plan, and the feedback sessions did not take into account how charter public schools are included in the 5-year strategic plan. Charter school parents did not obtain answers to their various questions at these community participation meetings. It is time to stop and include these schools, which are of the utmost importance. Stop playing with the future of our children and finally include charter school parents and children in your decision-making progress. The future of this country depends on the preparation of these children studying at charter schools. They need this so they can move forward and progress. Financing equality and statuses are treated differently. How will CPS bring financial aid to students in our system? The meeting I attended provided no letters of support or information. It is worth noting that my experience at the school has been marvelous, and I thank both God and the school administrators for all they have done. Charter schools should not be allowed to leave the system. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Jefferson Fields, speaker number 7, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Nicole Jefferson Fields. I am here today because I came to you all a few months ago with a request that seems simple enough. Please include charter parent voices in your 5-year strategic plan and give us the same assurances that have repeatedly been given to magnet and selective enrollment schools. How can parents feel confident and secure about the upcoming school year when there is such uncertainty looming, uncertainty that is directly influenced by the board's decision? Since December, you have been asked to be inclusive of charter schools, and every member of this board has refused to do so by not acknowledging the term charter schools. This intentional omission is a form of refusal that keeps happening month after month, board meeting after board meeting. I was hopeful when the feedback sessions about the strategic plan started, but that hope quickly shifted to disappointment when I attended, and to my dismay, there was no discussion of schools choice. When I heard of the meeting that was created for charter school parents, again hopeful that finally this was it, that turned out to be more of the same, with CPS staff not addressing school choice and charter parents' concerns. So here today, as a parent of a recent Noble graduate and advocate for the families I serve, I am urging this board to stop being dismissive of charter school parents, be clear in the path forward for the Chicago charter community, and give us the same assurances you have consistently given magnet and selective enrollment schools. With your actions, you can show us that we are not at risk of being shut down because your current inaction
Speaker
is
7, you
speaking
have 30
louder than
seconds
words.
remaining.
I respectfully request a written response from the board on this matter for charter families in Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jordan Kunkel, speaker number 8, to be followed by Angela Young, speaker number 9.
Good morning. My name is Jordan Kunkel, and I am formerly a dance teacher at Disney Magnet School. On the last day of school this year, a teacher assistant sat crying in front of a group of us because she had been laid off from her position at Disney. A longtime member of the Disney community, she shed tears for the students and fellow staff members that she is forced to leave behind in this new phase of job insecurity. Surrounded by teachers, she pleaded with us not to forget about the teacher assistants and other PSRPs. A Latina woman, this teacher assistant fulfilled an important duty at a school as ethnically and racially diverse as Disney Magnet School. She served students who looked and sounded like her. That same day, she cried for her job. The entire staff had sat through a professional development where we had discussed the stark achievement gap at our school. We discussed how we needed to hire more teachers who look like our students. And who reflected most the students at Disney Magnet School? The teacher assistants. With budget cuts that Disney Magnet School faced this year, an interventionist was laid off. A Black woman who again reflected the population of the students she was serving, her students showed the most growth in the school for moving from Tier 3 intervention to Tiers 2 and 1. And you at Chicago Public Schools laid her off. These are exactly the staff members we need to continue the academic progress you are touting in our schools. These TAs had ongoing connections with the students they worked with, formed after years at Disney. Their students trusted
Speaker
them.
number 8, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Their students trusted them, learned from them, and grew with them. But now our students at Disney are left to deal with the instability from these severed relationships with their beloved TAs. Don't forget about the teacher assistants. They are a vital part of our school community, and they should not be sacrificed to balance a budget. We should be fighting the state to give our schools the funding our students deserve. Will you restore our teacher assistants and PSRPs and make them foundational positions? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Angela Young, speaker number 9.
Good morning, y'all. Hi, my name is Angela Young, and I am a TA at Calypso Elementary. As a TA, I work closely with my students in so many capacities. What can be done to address the 300 TAs that's laid off? The result from the budget cut that is impacting our children, staff, and parents. Unfortunately, TAs are experiencing stress and anxiety due to the layoffs. However, this can be avoided by reinstating all our TAs. Children shouldn't have to suffer as a result of these budget cuts. Enough is enough, and we are tired. We must contain our TAs, assistants, our PSRPs. Our children's right to learn is stripped away when you eliminate our TAs from the classrooms. You also take away teachers, instructor classrooms, or 30 or more students. If the teachers are preoccupied with behavior problems or other matters in the classroom, how can children learn anything at all? This will provide our children with extra support that they require. This is about our children, and you do not have the right to take that away from them.
Speaker number 9, you have 30 seconds.
It is not about the teachers or the staff or the Chicago Public Schools. It's about our children. These cutbacks will negatively affect students' performance as well as school itself. Our students need to be stabilized, and they need support staff, members like myself, to continue to make progress in their learning. Education serves to teach people how to think critically and deeply, as stated by Martin Luther King Jr. Genuinely, education aims to develop both character
please
and
conclude your
intelligence.
remarks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are from the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council. Speaker number 16, Jose Navarro. Speaker number 29, Carlos Reyes. Speaker number 30, Yamelith Miranda.
Good morning, Board of Education. My name is Jose Navarro, and I am a Curie High School graduate and coming DePaul University freshman. During my time in high school, I experienced various events in which I encountered myself in need of a mental health professional. Many of my peers also experienced similar things. Although teachers and counselors were available, teachers are not trained to be mental health professionals, and counselors would oftentimes make it clear that they are only academic counselors and not mental health professionals. As a student leader at Curie High School, as a student representative, I would see how often students would have a mental health crisis, and administrators would take a similar approach despite the situation, usually making use of a punitive treatment. Students never have a say to the approach they wish to take to their specific crisis. I strongly believe that all individuals who are directly impacted should have a say in the resolution. At Curie this past school year, we did not have enough therapists, roughly a 1 to 700 student ratio. As a former LSC member, I was forced to vote in favor of ending a partnership with GATSIL, which if you're not familiar with, it's a nonprofit organization working towards creating more opportunities for teens through our education, access to resources, and mental health support. Curie was unfortunately one of the schools that suffered from budget cuts, and the LSC was placed in a tough spot, having to decide whether to end a partnership or remove a special ed teacher. For these reasons and many more is why I stand here asking you all to invest in mental health in schools.
Speaker number 16, you have 30 seconds.
Mental health should be a top priority in CPS. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Carlos Reyes, speaker number 29. Carlos Reyes.
Good morning, Board of Ed. My name is Carlos Reyes. What I would like to see in our schools is more information for upcoming high schoolers. As I am entering my 8th grade year, I would like to see more support and help from teachers that can help us by helping us fill applications, recommendation letters, and get us ready for the high school entrance exams. My next point is we must have better bathrooms. In my school, our bathrooms are dirty and don't have mirrors. These bathrooms are not frequently cleaned, making for a very dirty environment for students. This makes students feel uncomfortable to use the bathrooms at school. In addition to these points, I also want to talk about how we need more mental health resources in our schools. We need to find more ways to support students that are going through a mental health crisis, not punish them. Students should have a say in what they need rather than just being told. We hope to see investment in these things. We need more money in our schools for the things that make students feel safe and supported.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Yamela Miranda, speaker number 30.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Yami, and I'm a youth leader with BPNC. I strongly feel that youth in CPS should have more resources necessary to help with mental health. We want more therapists, counselors, and social workers. A lot of youth, not just in CPS, struggle with bad mental health and stress, sometimes caused by school. Students should have the option of talking to someone trusted if they are feeling down or having mental breakdowns. I also want teachers to have more knowledge or training based on how to approach a student when they are disruptive or having any kind of attacks at school. I want teachers to have a more kind and compassionate approach instead of putting kids on the spot or telling them to leave the classroom. Yes, there are amazing teachers that have a kind approach and how they deal with kids, but for the majority, a lot have a very aggressive way of dealing with disruptive kids. We need more mental health resources and support in schools, and we need the board to fund this, or students will not feel safe and supported. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Edward Ward, speaker number 12.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, I just heard these young people speak about the mental health resources that are needed within their schools, right? To have folks in their schools who actually listen to them. It's interesting enough that my name is Edward Ward and I'm a restorative justice coordinator for Chicago Public Schools. And I'm standing here today as someone who's been impacted by the supposed budget cuts, not just this year alone, but in the previous year. I lost my job twice because according to your budget, people like me, people like me who do the necessary work of restorative justice, combating the school to prison nexus to save our Black and brown babies, Black men like me have been deemed disposable. According to your own data, fewer than 4% of CPS teachers are Black men. That number even lower for men that serve, Black men that serve at the capacity in which I serve. According to you, I'm what you're looking for. And I was laid off twice for no other reason except that you failed to properly balance the budget. Now I'm forced to invoke the spirit of Marvin Gaye that once again ask that familiar question of what's going on. From my understanding, the city is getting rid of the remaining 39 school resource officers across CPS. Now, if my public school math is right, that's an additional $12 million that could serve as an investment for student success and not in the catastrophe you call Skyline. In my capacity, I've worked to defend students and parents against administrators who've put their own interests over the social emotional needs of the students. I've worked to protect student voice. I've worked to protect student mental health. And all I've gotten in return was retaliation and layoff notices. The failure to protect positions like mine is a failure to protect the rights of our students. The failures of the Chicago Public School Board to safeguard Black and brown children are paradoxical. Claiming inclusivity while perpetuating systemic neglect and inequity. Why would CPS be laying off 30 youth intervention specialists and 20 restorative justice coordinators while touting investments in whole school safety? I'm here today in solidarity with my union siblings, demanding more from CPS, more from CEO Martinez and the Board of Education. You still have time to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are for Chicago Collegiate Charter School, Dashia Robinson, speaker number 13, and Tiffany Daniels, speaker number 28.
Good afternoon to the board and everyone else in attendance today. I'll go ahead and get started while my team comes up. I am Taisha Robinson. I'm the proud principal of Chicago Collegiate Charter School. I'm here to share good news about Chicago Collegiate, what makes us exceptionally special, and how we need your support to combine both of our campuses into one building at 314 West 108th Street as we continue our service to the Roseland community. The doors of Chicago Collegiate opened in 2013, and for a little over a decade, Chicago Collegiate has provided free, high quality, and intentional educational experiences to children in and around the Roseland community. This summer alone, we graduated our fourth group of scholars who earned an impressive $65 million in merit scholarships and had more than 630 college acceptances to four-year universities. These numbers have helped to reduce the violence in the Chicagoland area and have increased the college-going rate from students from Roseland by 1,000%. Antoine McPherson, who is here with us today, is an alum and graduate of the Pride of 2022. His academic journey at Collegiate at 9 years old began in the 4th grade in a rented space from Salem Baptist Church. When I asked Antoine this week about his recent college experiences and what Collegiate could have done better, he simply stated he wanted better facilities. His response was both eye-opening for me, and it keeps me up at night. Because to date, Collegiate remains in the facilities that Antoine mentioned. I cannot rest knowing that my scholars still need their basic needs met regarding school building accommodations. I ask that you consider our application for amendment to relocate our school, not because Antoine said so, but because all children deserve to learn and to thrive in a facility that's safe and meets their baseline essentials, like wider hallways and a campus that's accessible to their families. Chicago Collegiate is doing great work in the community, and to continue our stewardship, we need a facility that is our own. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Tiffany Daniels, speaker 28.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tiffany Daniels, and I'm the middle school social studies and performing arts teacher at Chicago Collegiate Charter School. My initial introduction to this illustrious academic nucleus came in 2014 when I was referred by the pastor of Roseland Christian Ministries to meet with the founder to offer my performing arts services to her school. I am a founder and executive director of the Nubian Cultural Center, where we heal through the arts, which is located in the Roseland community. Once becoming a part of the Chicago Collegiate family, I witnessed how the rigorous curriculum and holistic approach to education empower the students in this community. I've seen children go from deficient to determined. Our success rate is incomparable. What would elevate great outcomes is our own building. Our middle school and high school scholars deserve the opportunity to achieve academic excellence in a building that is fully equipped with every necessary tool needed to grow and thrive. Thank you for allowing me to advocate for a school that has not only graduated over 100 students with full ride college acceptances and millions of dollars in merit and academic scholarships, but also invests in the staff and families, guaranteeing a purposeful and productive future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tyrese Russell, speaker number 14.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tyrese Russell, and I actually just graduated from this school recently. I'm here with the Sunrise Chicago to tell you why you should introduce our Green New Deal for CPS resolution. My middle school science class learned how to take action to reduce our carbon footprints through recycling, picking up litter, and planting trees. As we grew older, we saw the climate crisis get worse. We became confused about why our efforts weren't doing anything, and we started to get angry at ourselves. It was only just last year in another science class that I learned the truth. The climate crisis is a systemic issue, and systemic issues can only be solved with systemic solutions. Reducing our own carbon footprints alone won't solve the climate crisis, and students need to learn that right away. We shouldn't blame ourselves for these struggles. We need to be educated by a curriculum that teaches the true causes of this crisis. We shouldn't believe that picking up trash is the best we could do when we could be guided to pursuing fast-growing and well-paid green careers after graduation. But you have the power to change this. That's why our demands include a climate justice curriculum and pathways to green jobs. To address the true causes of this crisis, commit to fulfilling these demands, and introduce this resolution immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is LaShonda Flowers, speaker number 15, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good morning, everyone. I'm
Morning.
here to address the suspension of bus service for our magnet and selective enrollment students. I've been here several times, the first time being in August at the start of the year. I came here with the understanding that I am part of a community working around a common goal to ensure that my children experience high-quality academic, socio-emotional, and culturally responsive learning to prepare them for post-secondary success. My children began that journey in kindergarten at a magnet school. So in order to access that learning, our family, like many others, relied on bus transportation. But since the beginning of the 23-24 school year, the push factors continue to stack. In addition to no busing, there was no stipend offered to counteract the subsequent financial difficulty. In addition to no stipend, there was a lack of progress with planning to reinstate busing for students, and now beyond. Parents have consistently been at these meetings bringing actionable steps backed by data, begging to work together to solve the busing crisis, all while centering students impacted by the suspension of bus service, as well as students with disabilities and temporary living situations and from low-income households. And now, in addition to all of the other push factors, you've slashed OST funding previously used for before and after school programming to accommodate students who were denied bus services. It has been asserted that the intention is not to close selective enrollment magnet or charter schools, but this claim was made while simultaneously choking off
Speaker number
student
15, you
access
have 30 seconds remaining.
to schools. CPS claims to eliminate barriers to success and ensure equitable opportunities for all students. This includes students at magnet and selective enrollment schools. You can still prioritize neighborhood schools who never had the resources necessary to meet the needs of their children without creating barriers to student access to magnet and selective enrollment schools. We're all here trying to make it. And really, I'm just really looking forward to seeing how you plan to secure stability for these students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Bert Connolly, speaker number 18. And as Bert Connolly approaches the podium, the speaker will be followed by the Urban Prep Academy Group, Johnny Dorsey, speaker number 19, Joseph Alusi, speaker 21, and Joseph Jones, speaker 23. Bert Connolly.
Good afternoon. I'm a teacher at Mark Twain Elementary School, and I'll be using this time this afternoon to speak about budget cuts and the instability that they create. CPS positions itself as a safe and stable place for students and their communities. Part of that safety and stability comes from building relationships within the school. This past year, we were already understaffed when it came to paraprofessionals who provide the legally required services for our students. On the final day of this school year, a day in which only PSRPs and other support staff were in the building, 4 of our teachers' assistants were called into my principal's office and told their positions were cut. In future staff organization charts, however, 2 open TA positions were listed, and so I'm struggling to kind of make sense of the fact that positions were cut only to be reopened. This is a deeply personal job that we do. It's the work of building relationships, of making connections, of pushing ourselves and our students to become more complete human beings. In a previous school year, I had the honor of working with one of the TAs who, in my opinion, was so callously laid off. I had an oversized classroom of 36 8th graders, and this young woman immediately made me feel as though I could breathe again. To say that she went above and beyond as a coworker would be an understatement, but also she is a single mom. She is from a family of educators. She's a CPS graduate, a community member. And the 2 of us had many conversations about how this was just the beginning. This was a stepping stone, and that the next step for her would likely be a teacher in her own classroom. I have 30
Speaker
seconds left.
18, you have 30 seconds remaining.
These cuts betray a fundamental misunderstanding about what it takes to run a school because they take talented, committed individuals out of the building. This destabilizes families and it destabilizes the communities they've invested in. In making this decision, the district is alienating valuable stakeholders and forcing them to reconsider whether this work, the work of educating the children of Chicago, is a stable career that they're looking for. This hurts some of our most valuable coworkers and our most valuable students. A transition away from an inequitable
Speaker
budget
18,
system
please
should
conclude your
not
remarks.
lead to instability. CPS needs to return with a budget that prioritizes stable classrooms first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next group of speakers from the Urban Prep Academy. Johnny Dorsey, speaker number 19.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Johnny Dorsey, and I am currently the personal counselor at students at Urban Prep Academy. It is a great honor to come to you today before and state why Urban Prep needs to stay open. First, let me mention 2 great men that believe in Urban Prep. Our CEO, Mr. Dennis Lacewell, and our principal, Mr. Ronald Bryan. With my 2 minutes, I promise to keep it short and to the point. I think it is important that you know that I have the greatest respect for these men and the work that they have done at Urban Prep. I have worked in the field of education for over 25 years. I have offered my experience and expertise to CPS and charter schools as a teacher, counselor, dean, and mentor to students. I've rarely encountered a person with character, integrity, and dedication to our Black and brown young men as Mr. Lacewell, our CEO of Urban Prep. As for our principal, Mr. Bryan, when he saw our school might be closing last year while others ran, he came to the aid of Black and brown young men at Urban Prep to make sure that they receive the proper education by keeping our doors open at Urban Prep like a father does for his son. I teach a class called Pride. Students must take this class for 4 years. Pride is a rites of passage class that was created to help our young men navigate through their daily challenges that they would face not only in school, but outside of urban prep in their everyday lives. We need Pride classes in schools like urban prep that is giving them culture, core values, and true understanding of self. This they can practice every day with Black men that they can relate to, have access to, and can
Speaker number
confide in.
19, you have 30 seconds remaining.
After all the success the urban prep has had, we are sending a negative message if we close urban prep, that we don't want our Black and brown young men to become leaders or receive rites of passage that they so desperately need. We therefore send a message saying, go down the street to Mount Carmel, where over half of the white young men don't live in Woodlawn or Inglewood community, but their parents understand the importance of an all-male school and can't afford the tuition. Send CPS, let us have a free all-male school for Black and brown young men to go to that live in Inglewood, Woodlawn, and Brownsville community. That's why I think urban prep needs to stay a pillar in our community. Let's keep urban prep
Speaker number
open
19,
and
please
committed
conclude your
to
remarks.
Blacks by Blacks for our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Joseph Olusi, speaker 21.
Hello, my name is Joseph Olalusi. I am a 2015 graduate of Urban Prep Inglewood campus. Since then, I've gone to Cornell University and University of Chicago, and I've spent the last 5 years in public accounting. I'm here to advocate for Urban Prep because when I think about it, I actually had a friend who also attended Jones College Prep, and we grew up together. However, you know, we've spoken with our families before and wondered why I went to Cornell University, or why I felt that I should and have the same path that I had when we had the same ACT scores. And I contribute that to Urban Prep and its focus for all Black males, and teaching the story around the moment that Black males are in these neighborhoods like Inglewood, Lawndale, and South Shore, these different places. Black men are facing a war, and they have been for hundreds of years. And it's important for them to be able to learn their history and how they have been brought to the moment that they are in. And I think that that is one of the biggest things that Urban Prep does that I don't see any other school replicating in the Chicago area. It's in the nation, really. And that's important to give Black males the drive to try to show up in this world and try to put the maximum effort that they can into achieving
Speaker
something
21,
great.
you have 30 seconds remaining.
And I see that, we see that in what Urban Prep continues to produce. I believe even this past year, facing all that they faced, they have also produced 2 or 3 Gates Millennium Scholars, and I'm also a Gates Millennium Scholar, and they continue to produce those outcomes because they teach the story of the Black man, and I think that that is very important for Chicago and the nation to have forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right. I am also on the board at Urban Prep, Urban Prep, so just want to point that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Jones, speaker 23.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Joseph Jones, and I'm a proud alum from Urban Prep Charter Academy in Inglewood and a proud graduate of the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I am also honored to say that I am currently a social emotional learning teacher at Urban Prep as well. I can easily say that Urban Prep has played a huge factor in the man that I have become today. Like a lot of our young men, I grew up in the Inglewood as well and walked the same streets and hallways. I am well aware of many of the obstacles that our young men face daily, and however still need to come to school and dwell in a rigorous learning environment such as Urban Prep. Urban Prep is a staple and a shield for our young men. In the heart of Inglewood, addressing and acknowledging these concerns by teaching our young men not to falter in the face of any obstacles placed before them. We expect nothing but exceptional effort from our young men as a goal to teach our young men to stay dedicated, committed, and focused, pushing them to be great, teaching them to love themselves, love each other, and love their culture and community. In doing so, our Black and brown and beautiful, intelligent young men are ready to take on the world when they get to college and more than capable of dwelling in the world after they graduate. We operate in the Inglewood community where gun violence, poverty, drugs, and gangs are legit our kids' reality. Yet Urban Prep provides hope for our young men by helping provide them the opportunity for them to go to college and overcome those obstacles that they endured. And it's not just a few, it's not
Speaker
just a
23,
half,
you have 30 seconds
but
remaining.
100% of our young, beautiful, Black and brown, intelligent young men get accepted to four-year colleges so they can grow confidence in achieving their dreams and goals instead of becoming a negative statistic. Why take that away? Why take that opportunity away? I truly believe in Urban Prep is saving our young men and in our community. Our young men need this opportunity. First thing we have to do is believe it can happen. I believe, we believe, and hopefully you guys can believe as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Angel Alvarez, speaker number 20, to be followed by Marissa Munoz, speaker number 22.
Hi, I'm Dr. Angel Alvarez. I want to talk about three things. First, the student safety and code of conduct needs to establish best practices for those who are victims of sexual assault and violence. You give a rubric of different options to discipline children who transgress, which is needed, but we need better accountability to make sure it's universally applied. But we can't forget about the students who are the victims of abuse and assault in our schools. Violence is prevalent. We hurt people who look like us. We need to establish better policies to make sure we have the services and support that those who survive abuse and violence by the hands of their classmates have. We need to make sure we're not violating Title IX and provide resources for the students that need it. I also want to point out the severely flawed study that CPS, again, keeps referencing and championing. And the study from Harvard and Stanford that say that we made significant gains. If you look carefully, you can see that data. If you look at the grade equivalency, you can see that large range between districts isn't plausible. You can also look at the second figure that shows, for some reason, CPS, according to Stanford and Harvard, had more learning loss in 2018. In fact, 3 times more learning loss in 2018 than the entire pandemic. That doesn't make sense. You know that data is not correct. And certainly the bureaucrats who are trying to push this know better. We've made significant gains since the pandemic. We should be proud of that. But pushing forth flawed studies and claiming that students are better off now than they were before the
Speaker 20, you
pandemic
have 30
is
seconds
simply
remaining.
false. You can show the reading equivalencies by different subgroups. Also, does not accurately reflect the reality. But one thing does seem to be consistent with my analysis. Latino students are making less gains than others. And this is, I would attribute to the lack of funding for Latino serving schools. Those schools get significantly less funding relative to other schools in CPS. We need more equity, but we also need accountability and transparency with the budget. Please release a budget, please be transparent, and please establish best practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Marissa Munoz, speaker number 22, to be followed by Amazia Burton, speaker 24.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marissa
Hello.
Munoz. I'm currently a teacher assistant at McAuliffe Elementary in Hermosa. My school faces tremendous challenges of oversized classes and not enough support staff. In my 2 years as a TA, I've worked with several oversized classes, including a 2nd and 3rd grade blended bilingual class, a 7th grade, 6th grade class, and a kinder class of 34. Within all groups have built strong, crucial relationships. In particular, my first year, I had a 2nd grade student who was in school for the first time, needing endless support to learn and keep up with the class. The teacher alone couldn't do it and provide all the necessary support, so I had to step in and show this student my undivided attention on a daily basis. Our bond became so strong that she expressed to me how she wished I was her own mother. Furthermore, I have students that I see daily who I've supported that consistently show me unconditional love. They tell me how much they've missed me in their classes and how much they miss my support. I can't even imagine how they will feel not knowing I may not even be at their school anymore. To know that CPS has laid off over
Speaker
300
22,
members
you have 30
in
seconds
my
remaining.
same position breaks my heart. I know how much my students need me, so I know how much their students need them, and how devastating it will be to not have those TAs. Please do the right thing and keep these essential staff members in their schools. They know their students and families best. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Amazia Burton, speaker 24.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amazia Burton, and I'm a special education teacher entering my 4th year at Wendell Phillips High School. As a result of recent staff layoffs, my school has lost 9 teachers and 1 CTU PSRP. Of the staff that has been displaced, 3 of them come from the special education department. This is troubling for me because I was once in fear of being displaced myself from the only school I've ever taught at. This is the current reality of many of my peers who are now looking for alternate school homes and having to cope with anxiety about the uncertainty of the new school year, assuming they decide to remain in teaching profession at all. The recent displacement of staff is having a negative impact on our students, and particularly students with disabilities. The reduction of special education staff forces many of us teachers to shoulder the burden of multitasking extra tasks previously covered by displaced staff. As a consequence, our student population in special education will be negatively impacted academically to losing the legal required IEP minutes in all subjects taught. Without adequate para coverage in classrooms, those same students in gen ed classrooms and self-contained classrooms will no longer be provided one-to-one aids as directed in their IEPs. These cuts negatively impact students' social emotional well-being when the adults they have bonded with are taken out of their school community. So my
Speaker
message to all
24,
of
you
you
have
is
30
this:
seconds remaining.
our students deserve better and need funding. So we're asking you to fully fund our schools to provide our kids the educational experience they deserve. My questions are to the entire school board. First question, in the spirit of equity, how is my neighborhood high school losing 10 positions more equitable? Question 2, in an effort to retain the staff displaced in my school, would you be willing to entertain the idea of funding the displaced positions in our school as opposed to funding the current Skyline program that does not adequately meet the needs of all students?
Speaker
Third
24,
question,
please
if
conclude your
trading
remarks.
funding for Skyline in exchange for funding displaced staff is not an option you wish to consider, what proposals are you willing to present to displaced staff desiring to remain in their current school communities? Thank you for your time and considering my concerns.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kobe Guillory, speaker number 25, to be followed by Andrea Williams, speaker 26, who is joining us virtually.
Good afternoon, y'all.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kobe Guillory. I'm a middle school science teacher at King Academy in Inglewood. And on June 7th, the last day of the school year, I found out that I was being laid off. I'm one of at least 5 staff members at my school and hundreds more around the city whose positions were sacrificed when CPS replaced one dysfunctional budgeting system with another dysfunctional budgeting system. And I'm one of the lucky ones because I can get my position back. But the stress of not knowing for sure means I can't rest and recharge like I should this summer. A lot of school staff are not as lucky as me, and they have to go through the ordeal of finding a new job, getting used to a new school community, and still having no guarantee that they won't be laid off again. These layoffs are one of many issues with our public education system that force educators out of the profession. We already work longer hours than we should and without all the resources we need, often in hostile work environments. And who wants to do all that without even having job security? Now, Mr. CEO, you said something that I agree with, which is that students need a seat at the table. And the main impact of these budget cuts and layoffs is on our students. Chicago's public schools are already understaffed and underfunded. This country has been neck deep in a teacher shortage for years now, and that means students are not getting the quality of education they deserve. School staff at my school who are laid off are not just numbers. They're support systems and advocates for the Black and brown youth of this city.
Speaker
They help
25, you
children
have
cope
30
with
seconds
trauma.
remaining.
They keep parents informed and involved. They make sure students in temporary living situations get food, clothes, and hygiene accessories. School staff build communities and go above and beyond to fill in the gaps of a neglected school system. The loss of a single staff member is devastating for dozens of students academically, emotionally, and socially. Mass layoffs have been around for decades. We know y'all didn't start this, but you have the power to turn things around. Martin Luther King said it's always the right time to do the right thing. Now is the right time to fully fund and staff Chicago's schools. Now is the right time to stop wasting
25,
taxpayer
please
dollars
conclude your
on
remarks.
unpopular curriculums when there's no money for staff. Now is the right time to break away from the toxic policies of previous boards of education. And if you don't know what time it is, the teachers, the TAs, the PSRPs, the students, and the families of this city will not let you all rest until you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Our next speaker is Andrea Williams, speaker 26, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please
my name
proceed.
is Andrea Williams, and my daughter is a sophomore of North Lawndale College Prep. I am here today to talk about how critical this school is to our community in North Lawndale and the need to hear the voices of parents of scholars in charter schools. As a parent, I see NLCP scholars participating in so many different activities throughout North Lawndale, from peace gatherings to athletics. I see the impactful ways NLCP serves as an outlet for kids in the neighborhood. During the community peace gatherings, NLCP Peace Warriors presents on Martin Luther King's principles of nonviolence in spaces where violence may have previously taken place. And I can also speak firsthand to the fact that my daughter is a standout in track and field. In our community, athletics is a tremendous outlet, keeping kids off the streets, preventing them from getting involved with gangs. This is a need in North Lawndale for these types of programs, and I'm grateful there is a charter school like NLCP in our neighborhood. That's why I feel it's so important for parents of scholars who go to charter schools to be heard by this board. Too often, we're not having the voices of charter school parents. I understand there's a guarantee that selective enrollment parents will have with their children's schools to be open. But what about us? There is no mention of charter schools like NLCP and a community
Speaker
that's in
26,
need
you have
of
30
the kind
seconds
of
remaining.
program that promotes peaceful communities, the kind of programming that NLCP or charter school is known for. I am a proud parent of scholars and teammates at NLCP. They have a meaningful difference in the neighborhood, and I believe they are just getting started. Thank you for listening to the voices of charter school parents today and the impact that charter schools can continue to have in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our last speaker from the registered speakers list is Duana Busey, speaker 27. Duana Bice, I apologize.
Hi, my name is Ms. Bice, Duana Bice. I'm a pre-K teacher from Network 9. My pronouns is she, her, and AI. Teacher assistants, safety, security, and restorative practices, pulling TAs, youth risk interventionists, restorative justice coordinators from our Chicago public schools and students is unacceptable. They are the backbones of our school. Why are you doing this? What is the plan to keep them? How do you come up with this conclusion? Where's the data that you think our teacher assistants are not vital to our school community? Chicago scholars, estudiante, and even staff deserve a safe, securing school building. We deserve youth risk interventionists, restorative practices. Who's going to assist scholars with disruptive behavior? Why are you trying to lay off the Black and brown woman who is vital in our school community? Save our SRP. CPS students running out of the school building due to separation anxiety. In that moment, teachers observing the class conflicted as she looked at the exit. If you take away the youth risk interventionist, the restorative justice coordinator from Chicago Public Schools, who will provide the support when those occurrences arrive? Currently, we have an office for students with disability. But
I'm
we're
sorry,
laying off
speaker
people.
27, you have
Make
14
sense.
seconds remaining.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Vice, Señorita Vice.
Thank you for your comments. And we actually have one more speaker left who is in attendance, speaker 17, Batul Hassan.
Hi, thanks so much. Thanks to the board. My name is Batul Hassan. I'm a policy researcher at Climate and Community Project. And I'm also sort of representing some of the students from the Freedom School who met with some board members earlier today. I'm here today really just to encourage the board to seize the immediate at hand opportunities that we have right now and really set a new course for school districts to transform our public schools into the safe, inspiring, carbon-free spaces that students deserve. As mentioned earlier, there are new buckets of funding like the Inflation Reduction Act, Community Change Grants, EPA grants, and more that have opened up new opportunities for districts like CPS to join other districts like Los Angeles and Minneapolis-St. Paul in comprehensive planning to take full advantage of the available funding that's at hand right now, potentially saving billions of dollars in upfront spending, let alone exponential future savings, which really can't be measured in economic, health, or environmental terms. I also want to relay a message from Sophia, who is a rising senior at Westinghouse, and the other Freedom School students who were here advocating for environmental justice. They had to head out. They don't want to be worried about their drinking water at school. But today, more than 13,000 CPS schools have unsafe levels of lead. Parents and students should be made aware of these issues, of course, but more than that, this is a crisis that needs to be addressed. And the students are pushing for solutions like pipe replacement to both modernize the testing methods for these
Speaker
hazards
17, you have 30 seconds
and improve
remaining.
our system efficiencies. This is just one of the many ways that districts can plan ahead and stack capital spending with initiatives that both meet existing facilities needs and set the district up to meet the goals of a fully carbon-free, healthy system in the next couple of decades, while maxing out savings that are currently available from the federal government. For example, synergizing building envelope upgrades with the necessary HVAC upgrades that we know that we need in a warming world. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to speak more at any time about these funding opportunities and more. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your comments. President Shi, we also have a few elected officials who would like to address the board. We'll begin with Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman of the 16th Ward, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute. Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman, please enter *6 to unmute. You seem to be having some difficulties. We're going to move on to the next elected official, Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor from the 20th Ward, who is also joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute. Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor, please enter *6 to unmute. We'll move on to the next elected official, Alderman Nicholas Posato from the 38th Ward, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
All right, I hit,
Hi, please
all right,
proceed.
I hit *6 again. Did it work?
You're on. Please proceed.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, President Shi and the rest of the board. Unfortunately, I'm here once again for not for a good thing, but for a sad thing or a troubling thing. And just bring them both up. Once again, the attack on Italian Americans, changing of the Columbus School. I have no problem naming a school after Ruth Gator Ginsburg. So I think it was Clarence Thomas that died. I don't think we'd be naming a school after him. Well, I lost you.
You're still on.
Alderman, you are live. Please continue.
Alderman Sposato, if you could just enter *6 again. Alderman Sposato.
Am I back?
Yes, please proceed.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I just ended. All right, so once again, the Columbus School thing, changing the name. Like I said, once again, I don't have a problem with naming anything after Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Though we know that if it was Clarence Thomas, this wouldn't be happening. I want to once again bring up the SRO disaster that this board is creating. I just want to serve notice that once again, I feel the blood will be on your hands. This is a very dangerous thing. I'm a little troubled that you didn't check with principals at dangerous schools arbitrarily that think this is the right thing to do. So I just want to speak on that again. And then lastly, also another troubling thing, not only to me, probably one of the few things that the 50 aldermen could agree on, and that's our IGA guy. We just call him Chuck, but you may know him as a senior advisor, Chuck Swirsky. So Chuck is gone. This is no knock on the new man or woman that's going to be replacing him, but Chuck was a huge asset to us and a friend, always there and very responsive. So just want to say, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but Chuck is gone and 50 aldermen are not happy about this. And once again, appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. We'll go back to Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman from the 16th Ward. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Alderman Coleman. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
please proceed.
Okay, thank you all so much for the opportunity and being joined by my colleagues and chairs of City Council. This is Alderman Stephanie Coleman. I am chair of the Chicago Automatic Black Caucus, and I wanted to share just my thoughts and concerns regarding the Black Student Success Working Groups. I attended the first working group at Kennedy King College about 2 months ago, and I just want to commend the district as well as our network chief, the Inglewood CAC, you all, not only myself, Alder Chairman Taylor, from grandparents to aunties and even children were there. And it just shows the camaraderie amongst not only Inglewood, but the South Side. And some of the concerns were the culturally responsive curriculum and instruction, the wraparound services. And when the young people, there were some young Black men who spoke about their classmates being shot and killed. And they went back to school, of course, traumatized, but there was no sensitivity around. It was just business as usual. And I want to make sure that we take seriously the concerns from our young people, especially our Black children going to CPS schools, that there is that extra love, and we're not normalizing violence and we're not normalizing shootings. The access and opportunities and their experiences, but most importantly, the recruitment and retention of Black educators. I do see a lack thereof of Black educators in the schools, specifically Black men. While I was not in school that long ago, I did graduate in 2007. So I know a little something about CPS in the last 20 years at least. My experience was very different than what our young people are going through. And I just want to make sure that the district, as well as anyone on this phone, that we do report the next step in the process, which is reporting to the Automatic Black Caucus, and how we can be good partners in really improving not only the infrastructure, but the conditions of our schools. I can think of Bass Schools, one of the best schools, not only in my ward, but in my network, but they are in need of a boiler. They are in need of upgrades of their bathrooms. They're in need of a new lunchroom. They're in need of a new, again, cafeteria and student hall. I want their experience to be just as great as a school in Alderman Spozato's ward. And I think that we really need to look at the investments of our schools. And I look forward to the next steps in the Black Student Working Groups and reporting to the Black Caucus. I too am sad that Chuck is no longer with the district. I look forward to meeting and being a part of whomever is replacing him, because we know that we need good partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor of the 20th Ward, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes. Please proceed.
I am Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor of the 20th Ward. I am also the chair of the Committee on Education and Child Development. I'm calling today to say thank you for the work that we are starting to do. For years, CPS has not done its due diligence in listening to parent and community and working with schools to create real change. And I feel like we're moving in the right direction with Black student success. We all know that Black students are at the bottom of the totem pole and need extra steps due to systematic racism. Let's just call this what it is. And so I appreciate the district doing Black student success. There is still more work to do and more conversations to be had. And so I want to thank Jamil Chambers and Dr. Cook for a lot of those conversations, and President Zanan, and also Board Member Elizabeth Todd Breland for having the courage to take a step back, because those meetings didn't go as well as they could in the beginning, and we're trying to revamp it. I feel like we should not be putting out information about Black student success, because we need to go back to the drawing board and get more voices, get more folks to the table. As far as SROs in schools, let's be honest, I don't think people have read the contract. The contract doesn't allow police to communicate with young people. They are not to have any interaction unless they are arresting their young people. And so the thought that we want to spend millions and millions of dollars to bring people in school who cannot communicate and who cannot interact with our children says you didn't read the contract. At the end of the day, those funds are supposed to be used for restorative justice practitioners, and they're supposed to be support staff, and we're supposed to have safety plans in the school. And so the thought that you all are firing folks who do those positions says that we need to have what I asked for when I agreed to take this position. And what I've asked the Board of Education was, and Pedro Martinez, I'm asking you publicly, Chicago Public Schools needs a forensic audit. I think we don't pay attention to where we spend the money, and we spend money senselessly, and we don't think about it. It is really amazing to me. I've been sitting on this call since 10:30, and the same fights we were having in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, we're still having today that is supposed to completely change. And this is not one school versus another, public versus charter. Because if we want to have the real conversation, we could talk about why charters were even created. And this is a woman whose child has been in charter schools, in selective enrollment schools. I've had a child in small school. I've had a child in therapeutic day. And I'm also a graduate from Chicago Public Schools. So there ain't nothing you can tell me. And I spent 24 years on the local school council. And so if we're going to create change, let it be real change that makes sense and not just what looks good on paper. Thank you all for your time. I hope you young people enjoy your summer. Teachers, please take your time out because we do need you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Shi, this concludes public participation.
Board members, any questions or comments related to public participation? This concludes public participation. We'll now move into a short recess. Board Member Fahey Hughes, do you have motion MO1?
Somewhere.
I'll take it.
Go for it.
I move that the board take a 20-minute recess.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes,
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland,
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada,
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi,
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This meeting will now go into a 20-minute recess.
The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Cia Martinez, we are ready for the presentations.
Thank you, Board President Shi. We will start with our continuous improvement and data transparency update. Jeff?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, board members, for the time to give an update. As CEO Martinez said, this is our update about how we are progressing in the implementation work for our continuous improvement and data transparency policy. If we go to the next slide, really what we want to accomplish today is just provide an update on the work that we've done, understand what we're doing between now and fall, and then have time to answer any questions about next steps, including we talked about the revisions to the policy that are being voted on today at the ARC meeting, but if there are any lingering questions, I want to make space for that. While I want to talk about what is moving forward, if we go to the next slide, I do want to sort of set the context for that by just giving a little bit of a refresher of how we got here. What is the work that went into developing the policy that we're talking about today? If we go to the next slide. So again, this was passed in April of 23 based on more than 2 years of unprecedented level of engagement and conversations with stakeholders, over 21,000 touch points. Really what we ultimately what we spent those 2 years on was collaborating with our stakeholders to reach consensus on a shared vision for public education in Chicago. And that's really what the policy codifies and sort of mandates for the district moving forward. If we go to the next slide, the reason we were able to sort of accomplish that and the reason we can make that claim that it really is the city's shared vision for public education is because, we implemented an unprecedented level of inclusion and transparency. And so everything that's in the policy, everything that's summarized in the documents online are really as a result of that inclusivity and transparency. And we really want to maintain that way of operating and partnering with our stakeholders moving forward to ensure our continued success as we implement the policy. When we go to the next slide and talk about what is changing with this new policy, we talked about this last April, but I think it's a good sort of refresh. So what's ending is summative ratings, no more level 1, 2, 3 for our schools. The idea that we should codify a punitive mindset for our school communities is also going. What is staying is, and I'll talk about this more in a minute, but we will continue to focus on student outcomes. So things like standardized assessments, graduation rates, et cetera. Those are an important part of the conversation, but they are a part of the conversation. And we'll talk about what else is in the narrative moving forward, but we will continue to obviously track and talk about how our students are performing. The idea that we need to share information of all kinds with our stakeholders, that level, that transparency, that will continue to be part of this approach. What's new is, in addition to those student outcome conversations, we're also going to talk about inputs, conditions, and resources. So what is happening in our schools and how is the district organizing itself to support those school level efforts? We've also built into the process continuous improvement. So we think we did a great job with this policy, but by no means are we claiming perfection. And so we codified in the policy that at least every 3 years we need to evaluate, is the policy doing what we want it to do? Are there things we need to change? And the policy calls for updates to the board at least every 3 years on what we got right, what we got wrong, and what changes we think are necessary. And then one of the big things that we heard throughout the conversation and is very prominent in the new approach is the idea that when we talk about accountability, we also have to have a mindset of district accountability. Historically, when we said the word accountability, it's really been sort of schools fix it. And that is part of the conversation, but really what we're adding with this new approach is the idea that the district and the system also has to be on the hook for the kinds of supports and resources that we think schools need. I'm going to expand that a little bit on the next slide. One of the things that really came out of these discussions with stakeholders is the notion of reciprocal accountability. And so again, we're changing the definition of what we mean by accountability. It's not just on the schools. It's really about the use of information to drive continuous improvement efforts and meet stakeholder needs. And so that work really does start with district commitments. What we are talking about, we're not doing away with school level accountability, obviously, but what we talk about when we are talking about what schools should be focusing on is it's their responsibility to focus on the conditions and supportive learning environments that we think our students should have access to, based on, again, how the district is meeting its commitments to support that work. And then again, outcome data, how are students performing, will always be part of this conversation. But really, instead of being the whole story, it's really complementing how we talk about the other aspects of accountability. So the next slide really lays out the framework for continuous improvement data transparency that we developed with our stakeholders. I'm going to do a very quick flyover of this. If folks want to get sort of a deeper, more detailed review of this, I would recommend watching the April 23 conversation with the board on the policy. There's also a full website, talks about all of our work. There's a 30+ page report that goes into the framework and how we arrived at it. But for now, I'll just say that this new approach is really centered on the daily learning experiences of our students, that light blue triangle. The apple there represents the strong connections to the instructional core vision for the district. Those are the conditions we think that should be present in our schools. This approach, again, though, acknowledges that you don't get those daily learning experiences without building that school work on certain resources and support. So things like adult capacity and continuous learning, things like inclusive and collaborative school and community, those have to be present and supported systemically in order to get those daily learning experiences. All of that base of the pyramid is really practice and continuous improvement, again, complemented by outcome data, which of course we will continue to focus on. And then all of this, the entire framework is wrapped up in our equity framework, especially the ideas of inclusive partnerships and targeted universalism. So there's a lot going on in that. Again, there's a lot of information available to sort of unpack that, but I like to boil it down, if we go to the next slide, to just a few key framing questions. And anytime I go into these questions, I have to give credit to the authors of these questions, we had students as members of our advisory group. They presented to the advisory group at one point. And I thought I heard them say something during the meeting, and it was really profound and unlocked a lot of understanding of this for me. And I went back and checked with them, did I hear that right? And I did. And so I've been using it since, because I really think it kind of sums up what we're trying to do, and I want to give credit where credit is due. But really, all this information that we're talking about, different ways of looking at school and district quality and accountability, really boil down to what are the things, i.e. Practices, conditions, resources, that a school should be doing to provide a high quality educational experience, and why are those the things that the district is going to focus on? Why did we pick those things in the policy as opposed to other things? The next question that stakeholders want information on is my school doing those things well? Here's the district's kind of general vision for a quality education. How well does my school do at those things? And then to the extent that my school needs to get better at those things, what is the district doing to support those improvement efforts? And the idea here is if you have answers to these questions along with student outcomes, you get the more holistic narrative of school and district quality and accountability that our stakeholders worked with us to build. So I think the takeaway from this section before I get into the work moving forward is really that we spent a lot of time over 2 years working with our stakeholders to develop that shared vision for Chicago. We codified that in a policy that requires us to implement what our stakeholders articulated was important to them. And then moving forward, I think it's really important to understand that this is not just a standalone policy that we're talking about editing today. It really is the framework for everything the district is doing going forward. You'll hear in Chief Shkumbava's updates, different aspects of practice. These are all directly aligned with this framework, with what's in the policy. So this really is, again, not just a policy. This is how we operate as a system now. And again, that's grounded in deep conversations with stakeholders over a long time. So as we move on to implementation, what we're talking about is, I think at this point, the idea is, that sounds like a lot. That sounds generally pretty good. How are you going to do any of it? And so I want to talk a little bit about the implementation process that we have set up to create measuring and reporting and create the information that answers those questions that I outlined. Again, as I said earlier, the principles of radical inclusion and radical transparency will continue to guide our work here. So in order to do that, if we go to the next slide, we have assembled and are in the process of assembling 3 different advisory committees on this work. I'm going to talk a little bit about what each of them does, who the members are, and then I'll talk about how they fit into the process of helping us answer these questions. So we first have an executive committee that is made up of senior district leaders. Really, they do a first check on the ideas, the proposals we're developing to say, are these proposals coherent with what we're trying to do? Are they coherent with district strategies? Is it coherent between one office and another? We want to make sure it makes sense before any of our stakeholders spend their time looking at anything that we're developing. Once we sort of do that check, we go to a technical committee that's made up of external research partners, CPA, CTU are both members of this committee. And they're really advising us on, does this make sense? Is this the right way to measure it? Does the research support this approach, et cetera? Once we've done those checks, we will have a transparency committee. This is a larger committee of about 30 folks. This is students, teachers, parents, again, CTU, CPA, and they're really advising on a couple of things. One, usability, accessibility. Does this make sense? Where is there too much jargon? You're missing these questions. I don't like that color, right? Like those kinds of feedback are what we're hoping to get from there. And then we're also going to work with them to think about what are the supports needed to effectively roll this out when we provide the information. It's not enough just to throw up on a website and say, stakeholders figure it out. How do we support the stakeholder and professional learning needed to really adapt to this new approach? And so that includes students and families and community members, but also school staff, school leaders, et cetera. So we're going to lean pretty heavily on the transparency committee to help us figure out how to do that work. If we go to the next slide, from a process standpoint, the way it's going to work is we're going to start on the left and we're going to work internally with subject matter experts in the district to develop proposals for how to measure and report on all of the indicators that are outlined in the policy. Again, that's where it goes through those reviews, executive committee, technical committee, transparency committee, et cetera. If we animate a little bit, there's an indication of how we iterate on these things between different committees. If we can click through just to show the animation, it goes to a final check with the executive committee. And then once we're sort of copacetic and we understand everything, we're all aligned on how we're going to do this work, Then we go into implementation. And again, implementation is not just update the website, it's also doing all those learning activities, supporting the rollout that our stakeholders advise are necessary for success. Again, as we go to the next slide, this is not, we're going to continue to be very transparent. One of the big things that we did that was successful is for the advisory group and the design team work that we did during redesign. All of their notes and materials and everything from meetings were posted online. We're going to continue that approach with these implementation committees. So this is the website. It's live now. It has a few sort of exemplar materials there, but that will continue to be populated as we go. So I encourage stakeholders who are interested in keeping track of this work to go to that website. So that's the process for kind of figuring out how to implement this framework. As we move forward, I do want to talk a little bit about the timeline and give a little bit of a preview of what the fall looks like. So these next few slides are really just a series of timelines, indicator by indicator, that are in the policy. A few takeaways as we scroll through are the policy takes a phased approach to implementation. Some of the indicators are due fall of 24, some are due fall of 25. You will see as we go through that fall of 24 is going to be fairly outcome heavy, because that's, you know, we have a long history of having outcome metrics and data. And so not to hold that back would not be transparent. So we will share that. The thing is, though, that, you know, it will be framed very differently than how we've done in the past. And we also want to front load some of the practice metrics to give context and to start helping change the mindset that this policy represents. I've been saying that I at this point, I don't think we can say what success looks like, because we have a lot of consultation to go through, but failure looks like SQRP. If we have done all this work and we roll out a website that just looks like SQRP, that we will have failed. And so at this point, we are trying to do as much as we can to put as much information as we have available and valid and reliable to help make that mindset shift. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see how, we can go ahead and just click through. This is the first set of outcome metrics. Most of these will be available fall of 24. The next slide is also fall of 24. These also identifies the central office departments with whom we are collaborating. These are the subject matter experts who are developing the proposals that will go through the validation process. As we go through the next slide, we start to get into the daily learning experiences. Again, we want to start shifting the conversation, not to focus not just on outcomes, but practice. So we are excited to be able to start having conversations at scale about high quality curriculum, balanced assessment systems. As we go to the next one, you'll see additional indicators for daily learning experiences and that timeline and who's working on them. The next slide goes into the other component of the new approach, was the adult capacity and continuous learning. The next slide, I think this is the last slide, is inclusive and collaborative school and community. We also heard a lot about out-of-school time and enrichment opportunities as a priority, so we will be reporting that fully in fall as well. The last thing I think I want to leave this section with is the idea that the policy says fall of 24, some are due, fall of 25, some are due. I think we're generally still optimistic that we will hit everything by fall of 25, but it won't be an either or. I think we want to take a phased approach. So at this point, the plan is to have a pipeline of groups of indicators going through. So every 2 to 4 months, in consultation with stakeholders, we would release another set of indicators, new metrics to change, again, sort of change that conversation to focus the conversation more on practice in addition to those outcomes. So the last little bit I want to talk about at this point, again, there's a ton of work left to do, but to just give a hint of the direction that we think we're going to be moving in and a sense of the possibilities here, I want to give a little bit of preview what we know now about how we can start talking about this data publicly. So if we go to the next slide, this is a very high level. This is wrong. This is not how this will look in the fall. But it does give a sense of how things can and will be different. So the idea here is that you go to your school's web page and you have information on lots of different indicators of practice and school quality. And you would get answers to those questions I talked about earlier on this website. So what do we mean by daily learning experiences? What do we mean by high quality curriculum? How do we define rigorous instruction? Why is that important? What are the supports available to various schools to improve rigorous instruction? That is all the kind of contextual text and information that would sort of go in that left side, that blank side on the blank white side on the left. And then information about how is my school's instructional rigor? Where do my school's curricula meet or not meet district expectations? That data on that would go in that gray space. Our ambition right now is when I say things will be done in fall of 24, we will have answers to all of those, right? We will have data on your school. We will have, in addition to the answers to what is it, why is it important? Here's research to learn more. How does the district support this work at the school level? Everything that's not released fall of 24, we will not have data on, right? That's not that we won't be able to tell your school's instructional rigor yet. But that doesn't mean we can't have all this other information available. There's no reason not to define instructional rigor, talk about why it's important, give you access to research on why we're focusing on it, be able to provide you information with the kinds of support that the district and networks have to offer to improve instructional rigor, right? So there will be a lot of, here's information coming soon, information on your school coming soon. But even that shift our ambition there is to really start to shift the conversation and shift mindsets. I mean, really what we're talking about is, I describe it as we're kind of rewiring the brains of 3 million people with respect to how we think about school and district quality and accountability. And so how we do that is we're going to be as intentional as we can and ambitious as we can in partnership with our stakeholders. And that's why those implementation advisory committees are so important. We're not going to be able to do it today, but I will put in a plug for stakeholders who are interested. At the bottom there is a link to a longer wireframe. It's black and white. It doesn't have any actual text. But if you want to kind of scroll through and look at the kind of more narrative approach that this might take, I would encourage stakeholders to take a look at that. The last slide I'll leave us with is just talk a little bit about additional key next steps. So the Transparency Committee is not yet convened. We're hoping late July, early August to have that first kickoff meeting and then schedule the next several. We are looking to secure sustained philanthropic support that's 2 years of work that we want to partner with our funders to support. We are working on what is the learning plan for this year. And then once the Transparency Committee gets stood up, what is it for the next several years? Because really what we're talking about, again, is not just updating a website, saying good luck to everybody. This is really going to be a sustained effort by the district to support that transition of understanding and learning even after the information goes live. So we're really trying to change the conversation here. And at this point, this is our sort of current state and our plans for going forward. So that's my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you. Board members, the floor is open.
I just want to say thank you for an incredibly thoughtful report. You really hit all the buttons, all the questions I would have ordinarily had. I really appreciate the call out on the targeted universalism. I look forward to when we are able to connect some of those buzzwords with what people are actually seeing as far as like when we talk about Black student success or DLSS or many of the other things that, relate to what you're putting here, because ultimately it's the data that we always go back to make the most important decisions. And what the public is often asking for us to unpack, demystify, and demythify. And so I look forward to, you obviously have a deep understanding and appreciation that telling the story is going to be vitally important even as we go forward with this continuous improvement. So I look forward to being able to see how we present that to the public in ways that they can understand, that really do seem like they are transparent, and that the data can be used in the ways that are best for our children. Thank you.
Great. I would just say that the presentations today are coherent in that way. They do connect. And I think if you're trying to get a preview of that story, I think the full presentations today will start to lay that out.
Thank you.
Board Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes, I just want to point out once that I'm happy to see the data around students who take alternative assessments being included in the metrics. And also, when you're talking about the Transparency Committee, what are you doing to recruit the disability community?
So for a lot of it is we're relying on part of it, we are relying on the engagement that we did for 2+ years. The Transparency Committee also is being recruited via the framework that's in our equity framework. So what are the stakeholders you want to engage in? It's very aligned with those criteria. I will also say that the 30 or so members, and I said this about our redesign advisory group, while we're going to love them, I haven't met them yet, but they're going to be great. We're going to value them incredibly. We don't want to hear just from them. So one of the external partners that we've talked about, and it has signed on to this project, is the UIC Institute for Policy and Civic Engagement. So there will also be, beyond the 30 folks who are going to commit hours of their time every month to this conversation, we're also going to do engagement at scale with surveys and focus groups, et cetera. So the different communities and constituencies that we need to hit will also be part of targeting of those efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Thank you. So I'm going to make some comments, but I do have a question at the end.
Great.
But it's going to be a second. So I just want to note again that this is a big change that's going to come with big change management concerns and things to think about. And I appreciate the thoughtful way that you've started to think about this. But of course, we're going to need to continue. And I think about, to your point, the 3 years plus of the accountability working group that included educators, labor partners, charter operators and educators, principals, students, community organizations, advocates, researchers, and how even in that space, as we kept having these conversations, we'd all at some point, there'd be some reverting back to the way things used to be. So I think, to Board Member Wood's point, the continuing of this narrative is, I guess, talking about this narrative is important. For too long, as you noted, we only focused on the top of that triangle. So student outcomes only. And this isn't to say that student outcomes aren't important. I think we all believe student outcomes are important. But what this marks for me is, again, a recommitment to the fact that now we are also prioritizing a focus on the inputs, the practices, and the supports that are necessary to produce the outcomes of student learning and well-being that we all know we want. And I think it's also really important to say that the shift in the way that we're talking about these things and the focus that we have here is backed by education research, right? Education researchers were part of creating this. They were part of that community engagement group, as well as community members, and they're working to validate these things as we go. This isn't a political project. This is about what's best for learning, children, and the flourishing of young people in our system. And I guess I can't help but reflect on where we were 5 years ago, Jeff, when I sat at a board meeting in June of 2019, and we were flopping back and forth about SQRP 2.0. And here we are today in summer 2024, 5 years later, and there is no more SQRP. We have shifted the way that we are thinking about accountability generally to talk about reciprocal accountability. This is not just what are schools responsible for, but also what is the district responsible for, and even the idea of what it means to share data. So for so long, sharing data felt like punishment was coming next, right? And so I think what is really what you're articulating here and what I look forward to seeing more is how we can create, again, with that change management that we know is going to be a part of this, that we are sharing data for transparency and for continuous improvement, not for punishment. And that reciprocal accountability is an important part of this. And, I also want to note that this is not something that we haven't tried. There has been no summative punitive rating system that we have been using for punishment purposes for the last 4 years, right? During the pandemic, we put that aside. It hasn't come back. There is no SQRP anymore. And guess what? Our students have continued to grow because of the hard work of educators, because of doubling down on the practices that we know work for learning and education, as opposed to focusing on, these ratings for the use of punishment. And so I think as we move forward, the more that we can have system coherence, and again, I'm hoping too that today is a story about that, and organizing our work around this, that will only help with this. So here's my question. Reciprocal accountability, right? It's a new idea here because for so long it was only schools that were supposed to be held accountable. Now we're saying the district is going to be held accountable for its responsibilities as well. Can you say anything about early thoughts on how to incorporate that as we're sharing data to say, okay, here to make sure that there's not just a narrative of what schools are doing, but what the district is or is not doing to support what schools need?
Happy to take a crack at it. I may tag in Pedro Magdana also. I think, so this is again, a phased approach, right? We won't have everything that we will eventually have. I think, again, I can't tell you what success looks like, and success 3 years from now looks different from 5 years from now. I think, so again, I want to flag that continuous improvement is built in. As we learn, we will change and we will do better. It's actually a requirement of the policy. But, initially, I think minimally, we can speak broadly about the kinds of things the district has and the kinds of activities the district supports. Another thing that's in the policy is that it's not just one district person sitting up here saying this is what drives system coherence. There's actually a section in the policy that says system coherence is based on and driven by CIDT. So as we, internally networks write their strategic plans aligned with what schools have identified as their priorities. Schools are self-assessing with a rubric that is aligned with this policy. As their needs surface up to network and district officials, we look at our strategic plans and we use that data to prioritize our efforts to support those activities. So how granular do we eventually get? I mean, folks look at school CIWPs, their improvement plans. At some point, do our strategic plans get to the point where they make sense to share? Potentially. I don't think this fall, no. But it is that how do we improve at telling that narrative? Because if we're serious about district accountability and we're serious about answering that last question, there's a lot of information out there. It's about our capacity to sort of organize it and share it in a way that's accessible and coherent. So that would be my sort of open to.
Yeah, maybe well, go ahead, Bogdan, and then I'll add on. No. And so one simple but complex example also, I would say, board members, is one thing that we control in central office is our definition of equity. And we also control within limitations how we distribute resources. And, as you look at, even as we made all of our school budgets public, they're public now, it is clear schools in neighborhoods with high opportunity indexes which have the highest poverty rates, highest crime rates, demographics of the students in the schools, students with disabilities, multilingual students, smaller class sizes, academic coaches, tutors. It's not perfect by any means. And of course, other schools that don't have those same conditions and needs, they have, a different set of resources. And so that's just one simple example, but I think it's us showing our work to the public and saying, we're making these tough decisions that are not always going to be popular and they're never going to be perfect, but at least it is now providing these schools more, a higher probability of success. And of course, when we show our data and the evidence showing how are those schools academically growing faster? Are we closing gaps? And I think it's us putting us, making it really clear to the community that we want to be held accountable at the district level because we want to show that we're making these key decisions and we're doing them with evidence and we're matching it to the needs. So I think the budget is just one example. Of course, you know this, but I just think it's just one that, when we make these decisions, and like I said, it's never perfect. I just always want people to understand that this is what we're striving for.
Yeah, CEO is bringing up one of the points that I wanted to make. One of the key components of our equity framework is resource equity. So this is definitely one of the really big drivers that we need to implement to show district responsibility for successful schools. The other one that I really believe is outlined actually in the policy for each of the indicators and the practices that we believe need to be implemented in our schools. We are describing the actual district accountability. Just a simple first example, the first practice is high quality curriculum. Access to a high quality curriculum is absolutely a practice that we want to hold all of our schools accountable to implement, but we are bearing the responsibility to provide them access to this high quality curriculum. That's why we have a district tool for this. But this is not just about the curriculum. It is about professional learning. It is about supporting leadership. It is about recruitment of talented educators. It is about multiple practices that we have that we will be very public about how the district is fulfilling these responsibilities before we actually have place any accountability on the schools. And if this is not present, then the district needs to course correct first before we actually discuss whether or not a school has the conditions that we expect them to have.
Thank you. I'll just close by saying I just appreciate, I was also there June 2019. And this is a radically different conversation, a little bit different role. And so, I think how you've been talking about accountability has completely changed, right? And I appreciate that you named, what does failure look like? Because the previous model flattened our communities, it flattened our schools, and it flattened our students. And I appreciate this inputs, resource, condition focused that will ground us in what is actually in our schools. So thank you, y'all. Let's move on to the next report.
Thank you, Board President. Next, our amazing Chief Education Officer will be talking about our year-end results. And I will just say this, when I see the content in this presentation, I think this is really the message we're really trying to get to our families about what our vision is for what we want in our schools, or at least the beginning of that vision. So, Cito.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is June, so the school year ended. And the end of the school year is always a time for reflection, time for celebration. But it is also the time for us to be transparent about the progress and the challenges in our core work as a school district, providing high quality educational experience to every child in every neighborhood. And because of the hard work of our educators, our school leaders, our students, we have a lot to celebrate when we look at some of the preliminary end of the school year data points that show we are headed in the right direction. But more important to me in this presentation is to highlight the practices that took place every day in our schools. As you heard from Jeff, is someone advancing? Thank you so much. As you heard from Jeff, the CIDT policy guides us to pay attention to practices, inputs, resources, not just outcomes. So that's how I intend to frame my end of the year presentation. What high quality practices have been implementing in our schools this year? Where there are areas of strength, where there are areas of growth, and where do we need to go next? At the heart of the CIDT is the focus on the daily learning experience for our students. I'll be talking as an educator about the many specific practices that should be present in a high quality daily learning experience in this presentation. But I'm also a parent, and I think that there are three words that describe the daily experience I would desire for my own children: rigorous, joyful, and equitable. Rigorous because all of our students are capable of reaching incredible heights. And it is our job as adults to open those doors of opportunities and to challenge them, to make sure they become ethical and collaborative leaders, adaptable and independent thinkers, inquisitive learners, empowered decision makers, and engaged community members. Just as a reminder, these are the competencies in our graduate profile. Joyful experience, because learning is fun. Exploring passions, identifying strengths while feeling safe and supported and connected with the learning community is how our schools should feel to all of our students. And equitable, because it is our responsibility here in this room to ensure that every child in every neighborhood experiences that joy and experiences that challenge coupled with the necessary supports. At CPS, we use our equity framework and apply the lines of targeted universalism in the decisions that we make. And this is how we can ensure that every child in every neighborhood has this rigorous and joyful experience. This is how we also should hold ourselves accountable to our students. This is how we should hold our schools accountable to the communities that they serve. CIDT is grounded in the CPS instructional core vision. Decades of research proves that the only way that we improve student learning at a scale is by the strength of the quality of the teachers and also the depth of student engagement in the learning process. It what constitutes the instructional core.
Push the mic down.
And you'll see what makes CPS instructional core very special. Actually, what we call the inner. The inner core defines our final three. Number one, cultivating positive relationships among students and between students and adults and community. Building not only a strong school community, into the schools. So let's dig in. What did the daily learning experience in CPS look like this past school year? Starting with more students than ever engaged in high quality curriculum every single day. 87% of all content grade level bands in the district are using high quality curriculum, and that number will be 100 by 2026. National research shows that providing access to grade level curriculum is key to closing opportunity gaps, especially in times following crisis, which is why guaranteed access to high quality curriculum is really reflected in our CIDT policy, and why I set the goal for all of our schools to have high quality curriculum in every grade and content area by 2026. Schools can make their own curriculum decisions, but the curriculum they choose must meet our district's definition of a high quality. Standards aligned, students must be engaging in grade level instruction. Research done right here in CPS by the University of Chicago Consortium showed that students' achievement improved for students engaged in learning aligned to grade level standards. Horizontally aligned and vertically aligned curriculum. Curriculum must be consistent within a school. This means that if a student has access to a high quality curriculum in one classroom, they must have the same access in the classroom across the hall. And as students move from a grade level to a grade level, they need to keep progressing through the standards so the children wouldn't skip critical learning goals or actually repeat them. We know also from research that when there is a teacher collaboration around aligned curriculum and assessments, the teachers improve their instructional practice over time. So it's better for students, it's also better for teachers. Our curriculum must be accessible for all learners. So it needs to meet the needs of students with disabilities, English learners, and the curriculum materials that the teachers use should be constructed based on the universal design for learning. Also, curriculums must be supportive of students' social emotional learning. Why? Because academic and social emotional learning are integrated and they're interdependent. And finally, the high quality curriculum must be culturally responsive. Curriculum that respects, affirms, and includes the learner's culture and prior experiences within the context, which not only makes the learning more meaningful, but more effective as well. So as a district, we're committed to equity and to make sure that all schools have access to curriculum that meets standards for quality. When we surveyed our own teachers in 2019, a lot of references to 2019, almost 50% responded that their schools did not provide curricular resources for their content area. We do not centrally mandate curriculum. I want to underscore this. But we will hold ourselves responsible for making sure that every teacher in every school has access to a high quality curriculum at no cost to the school budget through our digital curriculum platform, Skyline. Skyline was the new curriculum choice for 47% of content grade level bands, but school teams led by principals make the decision as to what curriculum best meets their needs. What is the status now? 462 schools have adopted Skyline as their high quality curriculum. 335 schools adopted English language arts. 203 schools adopted math. 354 schools adopted Skyline Science, and 379 adopted Skyline Social Science. These adoptions are for at least one grade level band within those schools. So these high adoption rates are indicative of previous inconsistent curriculum across our buildings. Curriculum access was dependent on individual school choices and also on the school's ability to fund curriculum choices. And now that we have built the foundational content and infrastructure for a district-wide curriculum, we are moving into a new phase where costs will be stabilized and reduced overall. And the focus will be, and I want to underscore this, the focus now will be on iteration and continuous improvement of this curriculum system, where the teacher teams across the city are elevating curriculum recommendations and decisions, how best to iterate the curriculum in the classrooms. So for example, 200 CPS teachers co-design and test curricular prototypes every school year. And this summer, I'm very excited about this, CPS students actually will work on co-designing through one summer Chicago paid internships. Finally, we're continuously responding to teacher feedback about improving the digital environment and the infrastructure housing the Skyline materials. We also want to double down on easing the use of these curriculum materials for our teachers. The efforts are coupled with strong professional learning offerings for our educators and school leaders. While Skyline may not be a perfect system, it is definitely a system worth iterating and investing in. Here on this slide, on the next slide, please. Okay, great. I also want to point out something else about Skyline. Localism, I call it. This localization is not only important because it allows us to continuously change and improve the curriculum, which we can do when better than when buying off-shelf, curriculum from publishers. It also allows us to ensure that curriculum is responsive to our students' lived experiences in Chicago. And this reflection and celebration is more important than ever as curriculum companies are altering content to meet the needs of states banning culturally responsive instruction. A quality daily learning experience includes also rigorous instruction. We know from research that remediation does not work. And in fact, giving all students access to grade level instruction, regardless of their starting point, leads to academic growth. And we also know from research that classrooms with mostly affluent students spend twice as much time on grade level work in comparison to classrooms where most students are from low income backgrounds are spending time on remediation. This is why we are focusing as a district around the daily experience of students. What are they asked to do every day versus what does one test score tells us? So this is a really important shift for us. We talked by now about content and about teacher, going back to the instructional core. The third component is the student, and this is the most important one. What matters most in the student learning experience is how students experience their learning. We partner with University of Chicago and ask our students how they experience their classroom. We are the largest district now who administers the Cultivate survey, where students themselves report the learning conditions in their classrooms. In all three of the survey administrations, we don't have yet the winter data. University of Chicago is working on it, but students have expressed they want more feedback for growth. This means they're interested in their own success and they want that helpful feedback to continue to improve. This is just one example of how we are making progress on our commitment to elevate the student voice, not just on student voice committees and participating in the governance in the school, but also getting their feedback on what really matters, their experience in the classroom. Grades are key to feedback for growth. And this is why the CADT requires that all schools have equitable grading practices and a balanced assessment systems. Standards aligned horizontally and vertically aligned curriculum means that students have meaningful assessments related to their curriculum that teacher teams can unpack together. On this slide, we're highlighting a significant shift from outcomes to practice and directing our schools to focus on classroom level assessments that are connected to the learning in their classrooms. It is about more time spent on robust curriculum, embedded assessments at the end of the lesson or at the end of the unit, versus spending all of the time on standardized assessments. And it means using screening benchmarks and diagnostics like iReady or STAR360 to identify student needs, to differentiate instruction, and also to provide needed academic interventions. So making sure every student is accessing grade level content does not mean students are forced to sink or swim. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Instead of holding kids behind, you give them access to grade level instruction with supports. Teachers, interventionists, and MTSS teams, multi-tiered support systems, MTSS, identify students' academic needs, and they're providing targeted interventions so students can access these grade level materials we want them to engage in. This year, more than 298,000 academic intervention plans were entered into our Branching Minds system. That means 298,000 times a student was getting targeted support around the specific skill or SEL need. So just as our role as a district is to make sure everyone has high quality curriculum, our role also is to support really strong academic interventions. We have MTSS leads in every school, and interventionists centrally funded in all of our Title I schools. Network offices and central office staff also support monthly professional learning to improve the practice of these interventionists. We have a centrally funded a platform so teachers can track student progress. This is why I can report to you how many intervention plans were implemented this year in the district. We have purchased a high quality intervention tools like Amira, which is one of our very first artificial intelligence integrated tool to support reading interventions, and also Freckle for mathematics. And we are running the largest high dosage tutoring program during school hours in the country, the CPS Tutor Corps. The Chicago Urban Lab has been conducting rigorous research on Tutor Corps. As with every initiative that the district does, we're looking for the help and the advice of the research community. And their reports are showing early gains, very promising, especially in math. All of these academic interventions need to happen during the school day, and they should not be in place of a grade level instruction. So every minute of instruction and support for our students matters. Every experience in the arts, technology, advanced coursework matters too. We need to protect and expand the time students are engaged in a rigorous and meaningful instruction in our schools during the school day, after school hours, and also during the summer. Students rise to the challenge and find joy in learning when they see connections to themselves and their futures. And that's why the daily learning experience should give students access to coursework to help them choose their post-secondary pathways. Every student in CPS sets a post-secondary goals for themselves with the support of their counselors and mentors through the Learn, Plan, Succeed. And college career competency curriculum like Success Bound. 378 elementary schools offered middle school algebra this year, resulting in 532 more students taking the algebra exit exam this year compared to last year. This is one very important initiative that I continue to elevate because it's also an example that when our students are given an opportunity, they can succeed. 30,000 students, over 30,000 students took the AP, the advanced placement exams this year. This is 4,000 students more than last year. We're increasing the number of students in model pathways, healthcare, IT, manufacturing, and construction, so students can earn credit towards specific career paths. And in addition to coursework, students are getting exposure to careers. Over 3,000 students participating in Career Spotlight Days and 9,000 work-based learning experiences. As our CIDT policy articulate, it takes an ecosystem to build those quality learning experiences. When we invest in our educators, we invest in our students. CIDT puts strong school leaders at the center of school improvement. Our school leaders are the best in the country. I'm saying this with confidence. And our investments in them are paying off. Less than 6% of our principals resigned or retired this year. And now school leaders spend on average at least 10 years at their final school, more than twice the time in 2013. We compare that. Empowering our school leaders to be the instructional leaders in the building, supporting the design and implementation of strategic plans that lead to continuous improvement for the local community is critical. It is also a very well-researched district-level strategy. Indeed, early results from the Chicago Public Education Fund's annual Principal and AP Engagement Survey show school leaders stating that their ability to make school-level decisions about budgeting, hiring, and curriculum are all central to their effectiveness. We are committed to continue to invest in supporting our school leaders. This year, 88% of our new principals joined our new principal professional learning community. This is a 33% increase from last year. While the school leaders are responsible for the instructional vision in their school, they set that vision by engaging teacher leaders in distributed leadership systems, like instructional leadership teams who cultivate the instructional vision of the school, behavioral health teams who craft school culture and provide SEL supports to students, post-secondary leadership teams in our high schools who guide students in setting post-secondary goals. To support this work, we centrally fund professional learning dollars for teaming in every school, resulting in almost 200,000 hours of professional development for our teacher leaders. 151 schools received an additional $12 million for teacher learning and collaboration and support from our distributed leadership department to build those structures and cultures This is one example of how the district is fulfilling this responsibility through funding, but also through support and professional learning. 1,300 teachers in those schools were surveyed, and 91% of them saw improvement in student growth and 92% in teacher effectiveness. 94% reported a quality teacher collaboration. Over 180 lead coaches are also centrally funded for schools with the highest academic needs. Those coaches also receive professional development and coaching, leading to 95% of them improving their teacher leader competencies. Teacher mentoring. We funded over 800 new teacher mentors. Teachers who support new teachers with embedded mentoring in their own school buildings. Teachers who are paired with mentors have a retention rate 12.7% higher than the average new teacher. To support the daily learning experience, schools must also be joyful centers for learning where students are engaged, connected, and valued. That starts with a Tier 1, school-wide climate and culture where students feel safe and supported, and where they build deep connections with adults in the building. SEL curriculum in all schools, and curriculum like Skyline, which aligns each lesson to social emotional learning standards. This work starts in our behavioral health teams, and we are partnering with Lurie Children's Hospital in our behavioral health team expansion. Now we have 477 active behavioral health teams across the city. And when students need more targeted SEL supports, they can receive those Tier 2 interventions from school staff or with behavioral health and mentoring partners at over 272 schools, impacting over 11,000 students. Connectedness and belonging can also be built by extending learning time and opportunities for enrichment. As cited by the American Federation of Teachers, schools that have expanded learning and enrichment time, especially with partners, is extremely helpful. That's why we have given every school out of school time dollars to offer robust community-based programming after school. This year, over 115,000 students participated, over 40% of our student population. We had over 175 community partners engaging in our schools. And we saw increased participation across all racial groups, as well as priority student groups like chronically absent students and students in temporary living situations. We want all our students to experience robust out-of-school time programming, but it's also a key strategy in creating a connection for the students with their school communities, inclusive strategies to engage students versus excluding students. Those robust connections and engagement activities help impact other data points, like reducing student misconducts, in-school suspensions, and out-of-school suspensions in comparison to the last year. It also helps reduce chronic absenteeism. While CPS, like the rest of the country, still has not returned to a pre-pandemic chronic absenteeism levels, we have been reducing chronic absenteeism over the past 3 years. And the chronic absenteeism rates of our Black students and our students with disabilities continues to drop. We are, however, seeing slight upticks with our English learners and our students in temporary living situations. This is a metric that will continue to monitor, but also to provide increased interventions and supports for our students. Chronic absenteeism is one of those outcome metrics, that evidence of student learning and well-being that tells us how strong our practices are. There is a lot to celebrate here, but there is still a lot of work to do. As we shared earlier this year, and I'm proud to keep repeating it, Chicago led the entire nation in post-academic elementary reading recovery. We were number 3 in the nation of reading and math growth combined. When we entered the pandemic, the entire educational national community was quite frankly scared that our students would not be able to ever recover from that unfinished learning. We bet on a strong instructional core and learning acceleration and the daily practices that work, and we came out on top. I am even more excited to tell you that that growth has not slowed down. And according to our preliminary data, our elementary reading growth has continued, and we are now higher than we were pre-pandemic. Our 3rd through 8th grade math continues to improve over last year, although we are still below pre-pandemic levels. Let's take a look at our youngest learners. In kindergarten to 2nd grade reading, our students continue to see growth throughout the year on the iReady assessment, which is a screener that provides information to schools and to teachers to identify students who may need particular interventions. Kindergarten to 2nd grade is also showing growth in math with the highest gains in kindergarten, then slowing in 1st and subsequently 2nd grade. Turning to high schools, our preliminary calculation of freshmen on track, not final yet, but relatively flat to the last year, 85.5%. But this is something to focus on closely next year, because we know from research that students who end 9th grade on track are 4 times more likely to graduate high school than those who are off track. And our preliminary SAT data also remains steady from previous year, a 1 percentage increase in reading and flat performance in math. Where our high school students continue to accelerate is in earning early college and career credentials. Over 800 seniors graduated with a semester's worth of college credit. 144 of those students graduated with their associated degree. Over 55,000 total credits were earned by our seniors, which actually translate into $8 million in college tuition savings. There's a lot to be proud of, but there's also a lot of work to be done. So I will end where I began, with the charge to all of us in this room to ensure that the daily learning experiences is experienced equitably for all of our students. Yes, our achievement growth is outpacing the country. Our Black students are driving that elementary growth, and this is very exciting. But the achievement levels of our Black students are not where they need to be, and we should continue to pursue growth. Our English learners and students in temporary living situation, students did see uptick in chronic absenteeism this year. There is quite to get done there. The quality of the curriculum is not yet the same in every school and in every classroom. More of our students with disabilities are in more restrictive environments than before. We cannot take our foot off the gas. You will hear more in the next presentation about the Black Student Success Plan to ensure equity for all of our students. We need to sustain these quality practices for all of our students in order to meet the needs of them. And those needs are only increasing. In this school year, 12,000 more students are students in temporary living situation. 10,000 more of our students are English learners. 4,000 more of students are students with disabilities. It is a testament to the fact that all of these children can achieve, that we have seen a lot of promising results, but it is a charge to us to double down on what works so that every student has an equitably rigorous and equitably joyful daily learning experience. We should not rest until we successfully address the opportunity gaps that continue to persist for students with disabilities, for English learners, for students in temporary living situations, and also our Black students. What is the path forward and what I recommend that we collectively protect? Our commitment to high quality curriculum and instruction. Instructional day that prioritizes time for strong aligned systems of interventions and supports. Well-rounded and holistic programming for students, access to arts, athletics, and out-of-school time. We must continue to prioritize elevating the voice of our students and hearing what they need. Also, we need to continue our investments in professional development for our educators. And last but not least, we must leverage the will, the power, and the resources in our communities through our community partnerships. These practices we must sustain, and when we do, we'll continue to accelerate student success. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Applause. Chief, floor is open for questions, y'all.
I don't have a question as much as a comment. I just want to lift up that there's such an achievement gap, and we know that one of the ways to close that gap is provide a high quality curriculum. And we're in a budget crisis, and so many CPS schools are using Skyline successfully, and it's an option for schools who want to use it. And absent having that, there will be a lot of schools scrambling to find curriculum that aligns with the entire continuum of lessons across the school. So thank you.
No, can I say thank you for elevating this? And I just want to put a very specific nuance that I didn't include in my remarks, otherwise you'll be staying here overnight. Our curriculum, one of the things that is really critically important is addresses the need for a foundational literacy instruction. It is a very strong shift that we made to incorporate systematic phonics instruction. We know what works for students to read, which actually is a great example about an approach that follows the universal design for learning, because it's good for any student, but it's particularly a really strong approach for students with disabilities. And I want to uplift specifically the students with dyslexia. And we have been struggling to meet a lot of these needs. So there was a lot of input from this activist community, and I'm very grateful for their push. But we have made it a very clear declaration that we, as a district, we need to incorporate strong foundational reading skills into our Skyline K-2 curriculum. So thank you.
Member Woods.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks again, Chief, for a very thorough report. And to the team that you participated in putting all that together. As we look forward to the next report, which will talk about Black student success, I'm interested in seeing how we talk about the connecting the dots between what you just delved into, and most importantly, how we can unpack into small bites, not dumb down, but make accessible the information that you've presented here that certainly we can digest. But as we know, there are members of the public that are listening to this meeting as well and participating. And I want us to think about how do we take all of this great work and share it in a way that people can see themselves in it. Because all too often, while we talked about earlier before the break about how important data is, data can sometimes seem very distant and far away from people's daily experiences. And so I think there are so many things that have to be heralded that also show the pathway forward, as you aptly named your presentation, accelerating success, that, the more we can break it down so that people can see that yellow brick road and begin to see their children's experiences in their child's school in that yellow brick road in the midst of what Board Member Fay just talked about, where we know we're facing tremendous challenges ahead.
Vice President Abdul.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on the Skyline. We certainly had a lot of commentary about Skyline. We get a lot of commentary about Skyline, and I think it's important that we talk about Skyline. I too have had in my time here criticisms of Skyline. I think in particular, when I came on the board, it had just been approved. There were really large expenditures to go out to outside entities to get the curriculum. And we had all these questions about why didn't we do it in-house? Why, all these questions, right? But I want to say, one, it's evolved a lot since that time. And I think my questions are around how it can evolve further, because I think the two major sort of concerns that we often hear lifted, particularly from educators, one is around sort of like the clunkiness of use of Safari Montage, right? And I know we've talked about this in a previous board meeting, but I think it's worth revisiting now what the plans are moving forward to make it a more user-friendly through the Google Suite, et cetera. So that's one thing, if you could talk a bit more about that. And then I think the other thing is, and I do want to also say something about the belief in high quality curriculum as an equity issue, right? Like that is important. And we can't go back to a before time where, you know, teachers pay teachers or, you know, putting things together, or teachers are struggling, new teachers, like teachers need support in curriculum as well. And this is an optional curriculum, but if we're providing it and providing it for free, it should be a high quality, culturally relevant, rigorous curriculum. And so I guess my question around the iteration, can you speak more specifically about, since it's a digital curriculum, it allows an opportunity for iteration in a way that if you just get something and pack and play, you know, plug and play, you can't necessarily. But what are the actual opportunities, if I'm an educator in Chicago Public Schools, to impact what's going on in the curriculum or iterate on that curriculum?
Well, that's a lot of questions in one question. I will address them. What else I will promise to the public is we'll make a lot of information about Skyline and the phases of implementation and the things that we're currently targeting, as well as examples of some improvements. We will post that on the website. I'm committing to this. We have a really good material, but we are at a phase, we call it phase 5, which is called a continuous improvement phase of implementation. Right now, we are really doubling down on feedback from teachers. There are multiple avenues for teachers to share their input about Skyline. As I mentioned here, there are teachers who are deeply engaged in the content review and development. We provide.
That's yearly?
So this is ongoing.
Okay.
Ongoing throughout the school year. We also engage teachers in professional development. After every professional development session, we provide them a lot of opportunities for specific feedback around this. We also have content framework specialists who also lead groups of teachers that provide, you know, feedback and input around, you know, Skyline. We also conducted some focus groups specifically after receiving a lot of feedback, challenges about Safari Montage, the accessibility of the materials and all this. So the improvements happen, which I can say is a really great thing about responsiveness, but it's also sometimes frustrating for teachers because they know it and then they go back and they see something different because of the iterations and the improvement. So we have instituted improvements, for example, the teacher-facing materials. We completely, you know, have revamped how their lesson plans look and everything, so they are more appealing, specifically in mathematics is one area. We have centrally printed materials for primary classrooms, so the students can have actually some things to write on. That was one of the feedback about the digital curriculum. We have, as I mentioned earlier, we're including also students in some of these iterations. But the big news, one of the biggest criticism around this was the Safari Montage and the interface with the teachers. So with the support from our IT team and our teaching and learning, they have worked together. All of the curriculum materials will be cloud-based and the interface will be through a Google Classroom, which is a very familiar but also easy to use tool. All of our teachers utilized it during the pandemic as their way of you know, interacting and storing curriculum materials. So this is coming. We don't have the ultimate timeline. Most likely it's not going to be ready just for the start of the school year, but we're working on making these improvements along with so many other you know, content specific improvements. Something else that I want to elevate specifically to your point, Vice President, about hiring other companies to write curriculums. We started also departing from this model. One great example that I want to give to the public here is we have not yet developed in Skyline arts curriculum. And our team made a decision that we actually will follow a different process. While we will be using a pool of you know, providers that we have that we can tap into certain components, we also want to leverage the arts community in Chicago, which is a very rich community, to help us to design arts curriculum that is elevating some of these voices that we have. The Spanish language arts curriculum right now is a big priority for us. I'm not going to shy away to say that the rollout was not very smooth. It was not prioritized to be developed at the same time as the English language arts curriculum. So right now we are working eagerly to make significant improvements. We heard from our bilingual educators that there is a lot to be desired, but this is very critical and also a matter of equity for us as well. So there's a lot to work. Happy to bring the team to give more detailed updates on some of those, but I will, as a initial way of sharing more information, because people do talk about Skyline and I get it. And also, let me finish by this. Some of the researchers actually said this because we requested the consortium to study our implementation of Skyline with our own commitment to continuous improvement, because we know that initiatives of this scale are really hard to implement. And there always will be something to be desired and improved, and it's a change management. One of the most dearest practices that teachers have is curriculum and materials. So we want to be responsive to our educators. We can only be successful with their support and embracing this. So we'll continue to make the improvements that are necessary.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? I have a few, so let's buckle in. So are you saying, I recognize that we have a lot to grow and improve on, but are you also saying that we're not just leading the country in outcomes, but also inputs?
Yes, I
Are
did
you-
say this a couple of times.
Are you also saying that, research-backed investments create stability?
Yes.
And so I think when we talk about our deficit conversation, it's got to be more important that we got to include context, that these investments work. That was my lawyer moment. I'll step off. And so a question about a question about our digital curriculum here. I want to learn how adaptable it is. I think about, you mentioned the localism here. As a teacher, can I create something about Rosie Simpson and Willis Wagons and put it in for everyone? Can I talk about, Ruy Lozano Sr., right? And his work in the labor movement and put that in there. How does that work? And then I'm curious also for a digital curriculum, what are the advantages for our special ed students, but also what we should be mindful of as well?
All right. So how adaptable is the curriculum? The curriculum is adaptable. We have not yet fully incorporated entire units that are created, outside of that. But I see it as a really great opportunity as we continue to work with different communities, different schools. Really great ideas are coming up. We are incorporating these ideas through a feedback in an existing units and materials, but I see this as also an option to uplift and upload materials that we can only continue to expand, the resources that are available to our teachers. So this is absolutely possible, and I see that moving forward. I mentioned earlier that social emotional learning standards are embedded in the units and the plans. So that's one. But also there's some guidance around differentiation for different, students. The materials are so rich to a point of frustration because we want to pack in so much, that there are recommended strategies for English learners. There's, so much that the teachers need to process to the point that, they need guidance. That's why I want to call out the curriculum is well-designed. The curriculum has a lot of materials, but without professional learning and really understanding and guidance is difficult for teachers to implement. So right now we are really doubling down on professional development that is actually grounded in Skyline, because we know from research also the best teachers, the best learning for teachers is when the professional development is grounded in the actual curriculum resources that they're using in their classrooms. So this is the professional development that we are prioritizing on Skyline.
Great. I just think that's essential to buy-in, right? And so, I love Cultivate survey data, right? Because it's student data, right? And we're counting it as real data as we used to count other scores, right? And so what are some, just for the audience here, what are some learnings that we've learned from the previous? I know we don't have the most recent. And how has that informed our inputs and strategy?
Yeah. So our students continue to elevate the need for feedback for growth, classroom community, actually that sense of community in the classroom was another, condition that is really important for them. What is really important about the Cultivate survey is that we do not capture data centrally. We don't attribute it to individual teachers. And this is not, I just want to say this from this forum here. This is not an accountability measure for us. We see that as an opportunity for teachers to learn how students are experiencing the conditions in their classroom. And there are very rich resources coming with the Cultivate survey that actually give teachers guidance. What are the questions? What are some of the suggested practices that they need to incorporate in their classrooms if they want to address that? So I think this is a really rich tool that we are still to unpack and to continue to guide and offer more professional development for our teachers. But this is one of the tools that I feel that is very well received. I think partly because it wasn't used as a push on teachers and it wasn't used as an accountability measure. It was mostly used as a here. You can hear from your students and you can adjust your practice, because I firmly believe that every teacher wants to inherently do right by their students. Sometimes it's the information that they need to see.
That's essential feedback. Thank you. My last question is around, you've talked a little bit about balance assessments as we work through the triangle about differentiated and then interventions. What is the role of the actual staff in that, right? Like whether it's interventionists or other folks, how are they helping and supporting these systems and more importantly, the students?
Yeah, great question. So intervention systems in schools are complex things. They require identification of the right screeners and assessments so we can identify early on student needs. The second piece is supporting teachers to have access and to use the right research-based interventions. Some interventions happen in the classrooms by the classroom teachers, but some students need a little bit more help and support. So the interventionists that we have in our schools, they provide direct services to students when needed. They also work with teachers to help them structure the interventions that they need in their classroom. Very often in the schools that they have tutor corps, they also work with the tutors. So we are building this aligned system of support where everyone is pulling in the same direction. In terms of assessments, where we place a lot of value and we believe as a district is the classroom level curriculum embedded assessments. Now we have this opportunity with Skyline. Skyline comes also with a unit and lesson recommended assessments, but they are simply banks of items where the teachers have the choice of which items to select based on the standards that they're teaching and how they want to assess the students. So this is a critical information that helps both, helps the teacher really see the progress of their students, but also is an opportunity for this quality of a feedback that the students are looking for so they can continue to grow. In terms of the diagnostics, they're mostly used for the interventionists and the intervention systems. And then the large scale assessments are really the state level assessments that we, as you can see, we see more as the final, evidence whether or not our practices and everything else is resulting in student growth. So we really want to drive more attention to the classroom level assessments and the quality of the assessments that we hopefully can help teachers build based on the resources in Skyline.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, Cito. Let's move on to the next report.
Thank you, President Shi. And so, if there's a little bit of a takeaway from this presentation is, many of the strategies that you hear that our Cito presented are universal strategies. With our new strategic plan, really now we're going to be able to also do much more targeted strategies. And of course, one of the most exciting is this presentation that Dr. Cook is going to be leading about as we look at how do we really achieve Black student success. Dr. Cook?
All right, you guys saved the best for last. Hey. All right, good afternoon, Board President Shi, Vice President Todd Breland, and each board member here today. Welcome to our new student board member. I am Dr. Fatima Cook, Chief Equity Engagement and Strategy Officer for Chicago Public School, joined here today with some awesome fellow working group members. Yeah. We are here today to present an update on the collaboration, engagement, and recommendations to inform the creation of our Black Student Success Plan. We will show the launch of a video documenting the work of Black Student Success and share next steps. Next slide. The earlier presentation demonstrated significant strides towards our collective goal of providing a high-quality education for every student in every neighborhood in Chicago. But when we dig into the data, we also see that despite decades of reform, opportunity gaps persist, especially for Black students. On the screen, you see a bar graph showing the percent of different demographic groups earning college and career credentials. Next slide. Out-of-school suspensions are also disproportionately higher for Black students than any of their peers, and Black girls and women continue to be suspended 4 to 12 times the rate of their Latinx and white peers. Next slide. As a bright spot, between 2017 and 2023, the rate of Black eighth graders attending schools with middle grade algebra more than doubled. And in 2021, Algebra Access Hub's expansion began. This shows that students can meet and exceed expectations when universal goals are met with targeted supports. We grounded the engagement and the recommendation to our CPS equity framework, emphasizing targeted universalism and inclusive partnerships. What you see on the screen now is the timeline presented in our first working group session back in December. The charge was to land on an equity-focused process that yielded recommendations for the district as we create a plan that links multiple departments, offices, and external support to close opportunity gaps for Black students in CPS. What was so amazing about having community voice and lived experience in those spaces as a part of the working group is that we made huge pivots on the approach of the roundtables to be listening and idea gathering spaces. We also enjoyed having working group members who were connected to the community to co-create, to co-facilitate all of the roundtables, and spoke not only to the harm, but the highlights of each particular community we visited. In the working group space and in the community roundtables, we acknowledged that there have been many folks dedicated to Black student success in Chicago for decades. The Black Student Success website was created to create transparency about our process and create a space that documents all the dedication and hard work put into this. You will find all the agendas, artifacts from each meeting. When visiting the site, you'll find the synthesis of the focus group data from students, parents, teachers, and staff, and school leaders, all of the raw data and information synthesized from each of the 8 roundtables, and a set of FAQs for stakeholders to refer to. We will now launch the video where you will get a sneak peek into all of the hard work, dedication of our Black Student Success Working Group members. All right. I know, it was a nail biter.
I want them to experience excellence.
Equal opportunity.
Self-love, mental health, and social emotional resources. A robust and nourishing educational experience.
Gratitude. Excellence. Academic.
Excellence.
Success.
Opportunities to engage with the cultural institutions that exist in the city.
Patience.
Affirmation.
I think transformation, if we're doing this work right.
True parity in everything.
One.
Joy. Joy.
I want Black students to experience joy in their classrooms. I want them to experience respect from the adults in our system. And I want them to feel valued in Chicago Public Schools.
In Chicago Public Schools, a concerted effort is underway to confront racial disparities and to empower Black student success. In this video, you will hear the voices of the leaders, students, and community members who have been working to create recommendations that will inform a bold new Black student success plan. This work aims to openly examine root causes and ongoing harms in the system and build an inclusive and community-driven vision for change.
the situation of Black people in the city of Chicago are the result of decades of systemic inequality and structural racism. Over the course of the 20th century, over 500,000 African Americans from the South came to Chicago in hopes of a better life. And sometimes they found that, but they also found inequities here. They found racial discrimination here. There was segregation in housing. There was segregation in schooling. And particularly in the mid-20th century, you saw a mass movement, a mobilization of Black Chicagoans to fight for better education for young people.
CPS defines equity as championing the individual students' identities, cultures, beliefs, so that we can ensure that we're providing them everything that they need to address the opportunity and access to the things that we provide in the district.
From the outset, the Black Student Success work unfolded through the lens of the CPS Equity Framework. The Black Student Success Working Group focused on authentic partnership with the people most impacted by inequities in a truly collaborative process.
One of the ways we have operationalized inclusive partnerships is through our working group. We've really partnered together to create an equity-focused process so that we could go out to the community and listen to what the community says should be included in the recommendations for the Black Student Success Plan.
The Black Student Success work has truly been a labor of love. This is work that the community has pushed for to really get some tangible recommendations to change the experience that Black students were having within public education altogether, starting from a working group of 60 individuals from labor organizations, community-based partnerships that existed, university partners and corporate partners, students, families, administrators, as well as teachers, all working together to develop recommendations that would be implemented into the next 5-year strategic plan.
I'm born and bred Chicagoan. I believe in the outcomes for our students and our young people. It is my life's work, it's my family's life's work, and we all have to co-parent and coexist as humans in this city.
I was a Black student, right, in CPS. And so my children are Black students in CPS.
I'm an elementary school principal. You know, I love this city. I love the people of the city, and I really want to see our Black students succeed.
Because it is a Black Student Success Group and they're focusing on what we need as a student. So it makes me feel heard and I am able to voice my opinion on things that I feel need to change.
The working group is very informational. I like that I'm around a lot of powerful people. It's a different experience. It shapes me to be like more optimistic about a lot of things like that and looking at things a little different around CPS.
And that next level of engagement consisted of us doing a citywide tour, north, south, east, and west of concentrated areas where we knew Black students were at.
But what I really, really like is the total engagement of community, along the way. It didn't matter, whether or not we were educators.
Those who are most impacted, those who have lived through times where investments were short, not equitably distributed, those who have been marginalized over time and they live in disinvested communities probably have the best voice to inform our decisions and our path moving forward.
The insights gathered from community engagement will continually inform recommendations to reshape how Black student success is defined and realized in Chicago public schools.
And that's not just academic success, it is knowing that, hey, I know I got people at my school that care about me. I know people that I have in my community that care about me because I see them show up in my school. I know my family is welcome in school. I know that when I show up as my authentic self, that's accepted at school. Success, yes, academically, but also holistically as well.
The solutions that we have come up with now are not necessarily new solutions. We just now have people who are bold enough to try and implement those solutions. We stay really true to the pioneers who've been doing this work forever, but also we've recognized those wrongs and we're now holding not just ourselves accountable, but CPS accountable to make sure that those wrongs are righted for not just my kids, but all the kids that are going to come after them.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
I'm Chris Shelton, a member of the planning team, the working group, and the new principal of Inglewood STEM High School. This work, as you heard me say in the video, it truly is a labor of love as a CPS student, a CPS parent, a CPS educator, as well as a principal. I wear all of those identities as I stand in this space. And as a working group member, what you will hear me speak about is provide an overview of what this process consisted of with developing this working group. And so as a working group, we supported multiple layers of engagement for stakeholders to voice, to drive the recommendations. The first layer is our working group, and that consisted of about 60+ individuals, and it includes representation from students, parents, educators, school leaders, and community members in organizations, labor partners, university partners, and elected officials. Our second layer was a series of focus groups encompassing over 375 participants. We had 191 students, 80 parents/guardians, 37 teachers/staff, 58 school leaders. And it's important for us to note that this is not a finite number. We are not done. Engagement is an ongoing thing. Our third layer was a series of 8 community roundtables, which to date, we've had nearly 500 participants. And there has been a specific request and a reverberating theme in all of these sessions, and that was to continue this engagement and have more roundtable sessions as we get into different chapters of this work. And when we entered this space, one of the intentional things that we had as a working group was about creating intentional healing spaces and giving folks the space to express their authentic voice and have their stories heard. And so it was important for us to start this conversation by presenting the history and grounded it in history and thinking that if we were to, in fact, develop tangible recommendations that will work, we had to honor the history and learn from the past in order to enact a vision that would be successful. And so this timeline was a way, and it ensured that all stakeholders who were not familiar with the history had it as they engaged in thinking and creating solutions moving forward. So as you heard voiced earlier, we talked a lot about continuous improvement and data transparency. So we wanted to ensure that the work we were doing was aligned with this work. We know that in the past, there was an overemphasis on student achievement data. And so we were very intentional about utilizing this framework here to guide it. And we focused not only on student achievement, but we dived into those different components that drive our work, such as looking at the daily experiences of Black students, looking at adult capacity, looking at continuous learning, and then thinking about what sort of inputs needed to be in place in order to yield tangible outcomes. And so it's not just about student achievement. In addition to that, we looked at previous presentations to learn from them and understanding how to guide the decisions that we were going to, the decisions that would inform our planning moving forward. And so as our working group members come up to the podium, you will hear them speak about the recommendations that they developed in their working group, and I'll name them again. The Black Student Daily Experience, the Adult Capacity and Continuous Learning, and finally, the Inclusive and Supporting School and Community Partnerships. And so now I will turn this over to members of the working group so that you may hear from them, and they will provide an overview of the set of recommendations from each of these groups.
Good morning, board.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I'll say good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Venetia Shelby. I am honored to share my experiences representing Dyett High School on the Black Student Success Working Group. Alongside other students, we engage in meaningful dialogue with CPS staff and community members to advocate for important changes reflected in the recommendations presented today. This experience has empowered me to use my voice for our collective goals, fostering a sense of value and unity. Moving forward, I believe in the power of collaboration to achieve equitable outcomes for all students, particularly in the success of Black students in our district. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important initiative.
Thank you.
Whoops. Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I am Monica Jones. I am the vice chair for the Title I's District Parent Board of Governors. Just a brief synopsis of who we are as the Parent Board of Governors. We are a district-wide, body comprised of a representative group of parents, family members, and we serve in an advisory capacity to the district. And that simply complies with the meaningful consultation requirements of ESSA. So we are definitely committed to cultivating parent leaders and creating opportunities for parent and family engagement in support of educational environment and encouraging high student academic achievement. So what it's meant for me to be a part of the Black Student Success Working Group has been an amazing experience overall. The ability to collaborate regardless of what you have to contribute, be it an educator, CBO, students, and things of that nature. And so it's been an amazing experience overall. And as we all know, as parents, we are the first advocates for our students. And so it provided an opportunity for us to be in that space and actually be heard, okay? I will be sharing about the recommendations under the subgroup Student Daily Experience. The recommendations for Student Daily Experience focuses on creating culturally responsive practices and professional learning that honors Black students, identities, incorporating Black history to combat anti-Blackness and affirm students' sense of purpose. They advocate for supportive and inclusive school environments with affinity spaces for discussing cultural identities and challenges. These recommendations also emphasize partnerships with community organizations to provide essential services like mental health support, academic enrichment, financial literacy, and nutrition. They aim to ensure rigorous and meaningful educational experiences, access to advanced coursework, flexible programming, and diverse extracurricular activities for Black students. Additionally, they call for transforming underserved schools into modern, safe, and inclusive environments, ensuring equitable resource allocation and developing strategies to support Black students in under-enrolled schools. Implementing these recommendations will significantly enhance Black students' educational experience and well-being in the district. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I will now pass it to our Principal Butler of Diet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Dory Butler, and I'm the principal of Diet Arts High School. Being a CPS student, being a CPS educator, and being a CPS principal, working with the Black Student Success Working Group has been important to me because it allowed me the opportunity to actively contribute to a more supportive and empowering educational environment for Black students. So today I will be speaking about the recommendations under the Adult Capacity and Continuous Learning subgroup. These particular recommendations push us all to ask the question, what do all adults need to learn and get better at to improve their experiences, opportunities, and outcomes for Black students? These recommendations call for ongoing mandatory professional development for all CPS educators, leaders, and staff to increase cultural competency, combat anti-Blackness, and deepen social emotional learning. This includes providing dedicated time and resources for collaborative planning, data analysis, and instructional improvement. The recommendations in this section emphasize the recruitment and retention of Black educators by partnering with historically Black and Chicago colleges and universities and community organizations to strengthen the pipeline through scholarships, internships, and residency programs. They call out for the critical need for support to aspiring Black educators with clear pathways to enter and to advance within CPS while retaining current Black educators through incentives, mentorship, growth opportunities, and professional learning opportunities. Finally, the recommendations suggest evaluating and unpacking how we provide feedback throughout the system for students and adults and reimagining educator performance evaluator practices to better support Black student success. Implementing these recommendations will ensure that our educators are reflective of our student and community populations and that they have the capacity to create a welcoming and educational environment with high expectations for Black students in CPS. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and now I will pass it over to Natasha Walker-Smith. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Smith Walker, and I am very pleased to be here. I am a community resident. I am a community partner. I have served on the Austin CAC, but now I've retired because there's more things to do, with this stuff. So, yeah, the recommendations in the subgroup focus on amplifying student voice and leadership by strengthening student advisory councils and local school councils and empowering Black students through student-led initiatives and collaborations with community organizations to promote civic engagement and leadership. Additionally, these recommendations emphasize increasing parent and caregiver involvement by addressing their needs and creating culturally relevant workshops and supportive spaces. They also advocate for integrating restorative justice and social emotional learning into school culture to build inclusive environments, along with providing re-entry support for youth involved with the legal system. These recommendations include expanding community school models to transform schools into resource hubs and establishing partnerships with external organizations to enhance curriculum and post-secondary opportunities. I firmly believe that implementing these recommendations will create more inclusive, supportive school communities and strengthen ties between schools and the broader community, ultimately improving Black students' educational experiences and success. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I will pass it now to Chief Cook.
Can we give our working group members another round of
Y'all
applause?
stand up. Can everyone who is a part of the working group please stand up?
Can the working group please stand?
You could stand if you were in the working group. Thank you.
That's right, that's right, that's right. That's right.
All right, so as we close out, this particular timeline is really a global view of our next step as we approach our next 5-year strategic plan. Immediate next steps include drafting input metrics and outcomes, alignment across central office teams, network schools, and external and internal partners, prioritizing and aligning recommendation in the upcoming strategic plan, and drafting a Black student success plan to release for feedback. High-level implementation includes ensuring that there is strategy development and capacity building, moving on to making sure that we have systems of support and implementation and monitoring, ways that we can expand and find sustainability for this work, and then finally, that reflection and renewal, that continuous improvement to make sure that we are iterating. I'm also happy to announce that we have hired a director of Black student success. He unfortunately is not able to be here today, but he will be here presenting to you moving forward. And I'll send emails and more communications on the individual at a later date. I want to thank everybody in this space. The last slide just shows again the website. All of the information shared today, including the video, recommendation, and other resources will be shared on this website for review. We must also be clear in our understanding that when we prioritize improvements in the experiences of Black students and families, and when we address the systemic barriers and inequities by Black students, we are creating a more equitable, inclusive educational system that benefits every student in our system. Thank you for your dedication to CEO, CEDO, and the board for supporting this critical work on behalf of students of Chicago Public Schools. Questions?
All right, board members, the floor is open. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, if you have a question, go for it.
Hi, I just I just want to start by saying off how much I commend your work with the Black Student Success team and what they're doing, especially the emphasis in the video that was shown on providing that joy for learning. When I started as a teacher assistant back in freshman year, one of my mentors, I remember them saying that, you know, a student may sometimes forget what they're learning in a class, but a student will never forget how they were treated in that class. And I think that emphasis that you added into your work and into the video shows really the dedication towards education and the type of education students are receiving in class. And so my question for you is that as a student that comes from a school that a lot of my classmates and students identify as Afro-Latino, in the future, would the Black Student Success initiate ethnic studies that would create a coalition with Black and Latino cultural studies?
I think that that's an awesome question. I think that as we iterate on this work, we are absolutely happy to go into what those curricular opportunities are and places for us to collaborate. Like I said at the very end, all of the things that we think about in support for Black students really are beneficial for all students. And when we create a blueprint, we can look at not only how do we create those universal goals and create targeted supports for Black students, but how do we look at where other students fall in relation to those universal goals and provide supports to them as well.
Thank you.
Great. I just have a few comments. One, I'm reminded of what CEO started by saying, when you close your eyes and listen to the question, right? You're trying to figure out, is it a student or a staff member? So I appreciate that. We volunteer. You know, can you narrate a little bit about the infrastructure investment that has been put in this, and then what it's going to look like? You mentioned this a little bit, that we're hiring a director I'm very excited about, right? So just share a little bit about that.
So collaborating now with senior leaders on what that will ultimately look like, knowing we are going into a season where we are mindful of our dollars, but we also have been in conversation with our philanthropic community on ways for us to not only look at the investments we already have in the district that is aligned to this work, but also how we can expand that beyond those initial investments.
Great, thank you. You know, I want to acknowledge folks that have led this work, have advocated for this work, right? We have folks in the room like Ms. Valerie, right, who brought in the LAUSD plan, right? I'm excited to not hear about that plan anymore because we're going to have a better plan, right? And I'm serious, right? And, you know, I also appreciate the particular call out for anti-Blackness, right? I think sometimes we blanket it with, you know, prejudice, racism. Let's be clear sometimes, right? Things are anti-Black, they're anti-Black. We need to name that. And I want to acknowledge how it's going to be enshrined in the strategic plan and our future work in committees. And lastly, you know, this is what reform looks like when it's centered on joy. And it feels different, it looks different, and I want to acknowledge that. So thank you. Board Member Woods, please continue.
Thank you, President Shi. I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you so much for this amazing effort that you led, Dr. Cook, when it wasn't always particularly easy. And you look so much more peaceful now, I have to say. But there are so many in the audience that, you know, we may not see in the videos, we may not see in the credits, but I want to thank all of those people who are not named for all the work that you all have done behind the scenes, in addition to your regular jobs. So many of you planned meetings and Zoom calls and coordinated logistics and made sure that there was water and made sure that there were places for us to meet and gather in safe places and in brave places. And that work doesn't happen overnight. And that was in addition to what you're doing every day in your regular job. So this is certainly has been, and we feel the labor of love. But more importantly, I think even as we will continue this work, because it is a continuum and it is transformational. Thank you, Valerie, for that word. That continues over time, is that doesn't mean that people will not continue to criticize, critique, and not see themselves in the work. And so I just want to thank y'all for also acknowledging that and making space for that. And for those people who may not always see themselves immediately, but they will be there even when they may not think that they are. And thank you on behalf of, I know so many who don't have a voice, who are waiting for that moment to say that this is a group that will take into into consideration their concerns, the success of their family, the joy of their children that are in their households, and how we do get an opportunity, nay, a blessing, if you will, to be able to do this work every day. And so thank you for your continued leadership. I also want to take an opportunity to thank the chief and the CEO because, again, this was not an easy start. It's often easy to say, wait a minute, oh, wait, did we get it? Oh, wait, nope, don't start yet, but you started. You started even when it wasn't popular to start. You started even when the start was like, nope, we need a committee and it needs to look like this and it needs to be that and it needs to be the other. So thank you for that, again, bravery, because I often think that is the courageousness of people who don't look like us, but sit in positions of power, who wield over resources. It takes y'all's bravery to stand up and actually correct those wrongs, to be able to speak in terms of anti-racism and anti-Blackness and say no more, and then be able to put the structures in place that dismantle the ones that used to exist. So thank you all for that work. And I look forward to continuing to be a part of what has been a remarkable experience.
So I have a few things. First, I just wanted to start by saying, so I know, and I want to thank the working group for going over the recommendations today at a high level. I also want to make sure that hopefully by end of day today, we are posting the full and more comprehensive recommendations, because a lot of thought and detail, when I tell you into individual words, okay? And I want to make sure that people read and receive that understanding. This is about continuous improvement, but that it took us quite a ways to get to that. And so to make sure that those recommendations in their most recent form that were shared with the working group are also posted on the Black Student Success site, so that people can see the deeper level at which this I think it's appropriate to give an overview, but I also want to make sure that people can dig into that deeper level of detail. I also just want to lift up, again, I feel like my theme for the afternoon presentations is alignment, but I say this because I think it's important and it's something that our system has not always had. And it's still a work in progress, but I think we're making strides towards that. So if I think about our conversation about the continuous improvement and data transparency policy and this ongoing implementation and its focus on inputs, practices, resources, conditions, and us saying those are the things that are actually going to drive school improvement and student success. And then we talk about what our current practices look like around trying to accelerate student success. And then we're very clear about what we mean in CPS by targeting universalism. It's a term that, sometimes we struggle to talk about, but what it means is what Chief Bogdana Chukwumova talked about are our goals for everyone, And also we acknowledge the long-standing inequities, structural racism, inequalities that have created a condition in which we have opportunity gaps specifically for Black students across a number of different areas that our data is very clear on that. And we are naming today what this group, along with the broader community, has put forth that we must do about that. So I just want to say something about how I don't always feel like there's system coherence and alignment, but I feel that we're moving in that direction today, and I feel good about that. Okay, now I'm going to take an opportunity to answer a question that I know has been posed to us already, but it's a question for the board, so I want to take this time. And I also want to preface it with it will likely not be satisfactory, but I'm happy to have a continuing conversation. So I want to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Black Student Achievement Committee. As many of you know, as part of the elected school board bill that was signed by the governor earlier this year, the Illinois, and I wrote this down because I don't want to forget things. The Illinois School Code established that the Board of Education create what's called the Black Student Achievement Committee. First, I want to acknowledge all the advocacy that made this focus enshrined into law. As we've seen here today, just by trying to get from downtown to Jones, there's a lot that goes into a board meeting. But I think there is a lot of synergy here that we're also seeing between the work of the Black Student Success Working Group and the intent of the Black Student Achievement Committee. For example, I believe that the Black Student Achievement Committee will be an excellent place to progress monitor the Black Student Success Plan that is still in draft and is going to be created. Second, I want to publicly acknowledge that we received a question about the status of that committee. I know it was asked during our elected school board informational event last week, and also some of us received an email about the topic as well. and give some context on sort of where we are, to be transparent, honestly, about where we are as a board. So as we transition to the 21-member hybrid board and then eventually the fully elected board in a few years, the board has been reassessing all of our board's current structures, current committees and practices. That goes for how we conduct business and public meetings to even how the board is briefed on business items at its agenda review committee. So we're looking at all the new requirements in the Illinois School Code related to the elected school board, plus all of our current responsibilities and commitments as we prepare for 21 members. Again, as I was saying, as a witness this morning and what it took to go from downtown to just a few blocks away, it does take a significant amount of logistics, staffing, and resources to have even a single board meeting. But board staff is working now to review existing board rules, work streams, staffing, and logistics for existing and new committees, of which a Black Student Achievement Committee will be one, to determine what new supports and changes to existing rules and practices we're going to need to make to best serve the 21-member school board and multiple committee structures in a way that is sustainable. And I want to be clear, this isn't an excuse or something for the pacing of this work. It's more about us trying to be intentional here, to be intentional about the promise that is being made of setting up this Black student success work to be both sustainable and effective. And so putting the infrastructure in place that we're going to need to just structurally as a board to be able to make that happen. So we're going to continue to provide updates on this as we move through the rest of this year. But I did just want to give some update on sort of where we are and trying to figure out the different logistics of things right now. Going back to the actual Black Student Success Plan and where we are today, though, I do want to reiterate that the work that has happened already is something to be proud of, and it's something to celebrate. It's a strong foundation for the work that is needed to come. I also want to acknowledge, we've talked about them all the time, it can't hurt to reiterate the realities of our financial situation. We are facing a $400 million structural deficit this year to close and closer to $800 million next year. We should be bold. We should name and demand what our students, particularly our Black students, deserve, while also acknowledging that we don't have all that we need from a resource perspective right now to do these things. And thus, we must continue to fight for the funding that our students deserve from the state and federal government. And I actually see putting together a Black Student Success Plan as a really important opportunity and tool that is part of this organizing to say, these are the types of things we need funding to fund fully, right? But I also want to name that there are things in these recommendations that focus on organization, practices, and partnerships that don't necessarily require significant funds, and we can have shorter timelines that we're looking forward towards implementation. So a note kind of on where we are in this process then. So today, these recommendations from the work of the working group, community engagement and roundtables and focus groups are being handed off to the district. It is now the district's responsibility to use these recommendations to inform the 5-year strategic plan and the new Black Student Success Plan that will be drafted, informed by these recommendations. But I also want to say that maybe handoff might make it seem like this is the end of something, and this is not an end of anything, right? Chief Cook has made clear that there will be ongoing updates and engagement as the plan is drafted and certainly as it's implemented. So I just want to end by thanking again every member of the working group, those who are present today, those who are not able to be here with us today, to a big thank you to the hundreds of students, educators, parents, and community members who participated in a community listening session, a focus group, filled out a survey. There are many ways that people were engaging. And to those who have worked for many, many years, and the generations who came before us, who struggled for Black students and our Black communities, whose shoulders we certainly stand on, and who we owe it to keep pushing forward and insisting that our Black students are not only successful, but joyful and thrive.
I want to reiterate to all the working group members here today that we still will be reaching out for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Again,
President Shi, just to say a
Yep,
few
please
words.
go.
First of all, I don't know if it was very clear, but Board Member Todd Breland and Board Member Woods, I think you were probably at every single session almost. And these were, by the way, there were many, many sessions long into the nights. So I also want to echo my appreciation for the board and also, of course, all the members, because again, this was a labor of love, as Principal Shelton said, but it was with people coming and staying late hours, including our students and parents, And I just see a lot of alignment as Vice President Harpelin said. I mean, this is not the end of the work. And if anything, if it's another beginning. As we start incorporating into our strategic plan, as we start really looking at how this will be implemented. And then, I get a lot of questions about, well, what about our other student groups? And what I try to remind our community is that, again, it's what Dr. Cook said, the strategies that we're implementing for our Black students, we're also going to be looking at strategies that are very targeted for students with disabilities. When I look at Latino students, it is a complicated picture because we have so many new migrant students now that are such a big part of our population. And we also have within our bilingual programs, students at different phases within their program. So we're going to get very, very targeted to particular students because, again, as Vice President Harpelin said, it is about targeted universalism. It is about clear strategies backed by research so that students have access. And if anything we see from the evidence, you see it in the algebra. I mean, when I still look at that chart, it still blows me away that there was a time that 20% of our Black students had access to algebra, and now look at what we're at today. And that was an access issue. And then we see it also with dual credit, just how much our Black students are leading today. So we know that when we start having those targeted strategies, we see success. And so, again, this is not just to say we're isolating one group of students. It is a way we're operating to make sure that all of our students reach their goals, which again is the fundamental meaning of targeted universalism. So thank you, board, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So board members, we'll now open up the floor for questions or comments on items on the public agenda. Great. If there are none, we'll now proceed with a vote on public agenda items. Board Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, President Shi. I'll proceed with the items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I believe Vice President Breland has motion MO2 regarding record of proceedings.
I move that the record of proceedings of the Agenda Review Committee meeting of May 15th, 2024 and board meeting of May 23rd, 2024, prepared by the board secretary be approved and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes?
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland?
Yes.
Member Woods?
Yes.
Member Estrada?
Yes.
Member Morales?
Yes.
President Shi?
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. President Shi, I'll continue with items that do require a vote. RS1, resolution authorizing expenditures at beginning of fiscal year 2025. RS2, resolution authorize appointment of members to the ESSA Title I. RS3, resolution authorize appointment of members to LSCs for the new terms of office. RS4, resolution appointment of new members to LSC AB to fill vacancies for the current term of office. PO1, authorize the public comment period for the amendment of the traffic injury prevention education policy. PO2, authorize the public comment period for the rescission of the formal governance structure for the Head Start program. PO3, authorize the public comment period for the amendment of the aquatic activities safety policy. PO4, authorize the commencement of the public comment period for the amendment of the volunteer policy. PO5, amend the charter school academic accountability policy. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to align the district and state systems of accountability. I'll continue with PO6, amend district policy for continuous improvement in data transparency. President Shi, the CIDT adopted in April 2023 includes a clause identifying an April 2024 deadline for defining how the CIDT will be applied to certain school models. This amendment is designed to respond to that requirement and articulate the district's vision for those school models. I'll continue with PO7. Adopt annual revisions to the Student Code of Conduct. EX1, transfer of funds. EX2, authorize a new placement agreement with Shrub Oak International School regarding AH. EX3, approve the third option to renew the intergovernmental agreement with DFSS. EX4, approve the fourth option to renew the intergovernmental agreement with DFSS. EX5 amends the January 2023 report renewal of the Chicago Collegiate Charter School Agreement with conditions. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to authorize the school's relocation from two facilities to consolidate the charter's middle school and the high school beginning no earlier than fall 2025. I'll continue with EX6, authorize the extension of operations of Urban Prep Charter Academy, Bronzeville campus agreement with conditions. President Shi, for the record, I would like to note an abstention for Board Member Woods for the following on EX6, Urban Prep Academies and Illinois Not-for-Profit Corporation. I'll continue with EX7, authorize the extension of operations of Urban Prep Charter Academy Englewood campus agreement with conditions. President Shi, for the record, I'd like to note an abstention for Board Member Woods for the following on EX7, Urban Prep Academies and Illinois Not-for-Profit Corporation. I'll continue with EX8, amend the January 2023 report, renewal with Camelot Illinois LLC. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to change the funding allocation from 100 students to 90 students to coincide with the opening of a second safe campus effective July 1st, 2024. I'll continue with EX9, authorize a new agreement with Camelot Illinois LLC. MS1, authorize the renaming designation of schools. PR1, authorize the first renewal agreement with Illinois Institute of Technology. PR2 amends the November 2021 report, authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide out-of-school time and student health and wellness products and services. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to add 37 vendors to increase the district's capacity to secure services for out-of-school time and health and wellness strategic programs for the district. For the record, I would like to also note an abstention for Board Member Woods for the following vendor on PR2, Build Incorporated, number 85. I would also like to note an abstention for Board Member Morales for the following vendors on PR2, Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, number 7, and Logan Square Neighborhood Association, number 41. I'll continue with PR3, authorize the first final renewal agreement with various vendors for educational technology products and services. PR4, amend the November 2021, authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide general contracting services. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to add 6 new vendors to the pool and remove 1 vendor from the pool for failure to execute the master agreement. I'll continue with PR5, authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide services for architect engineer record of services. PR6, report on the award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the capital improvement program. PR7, authorize the first renewal agreement with T-Mobile Inc., Comcast Corporation, RCN Cable TV of Chicago. PR8, authorize the first and second final renewal agreement with Sentinel Technologies Inc. PR9, authorize a new software license agreement with Carasoft Technology. PR10, amend the September 2023 report, authorize the pre-qualification status of a new agreements with various vendors to provide school band and security uniforms, gym apparel, and spirit wear. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to add 4 vendors to the pool. I'll continue with PR11, authorize a second renewal agreement with various vendors to provide safe passage services. President Shi, for the record, I would like to note an abstention for Board Member Morales for the following vendor on PR11, Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, number 6. President Shi, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods with the noted abstentions on vendors on EX6, EX7, and PR2.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales with the noted abstention on vendors on PR2 and PR11.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Shi, I'll continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. PR 12, Chief Procurement Officer Delegation of Authority Report for April 2024, and Chief Financial Officer Report for April 2024. EX 10, amend the May 2024 Report on Principal Contracts New. President Shi, this amendment is necessary to revise Tamara Ellis's contract dates at Simeon High School to 7/1/24 to 6/30/28. I'll continue with EX 11, Report on Principal Contracts New. EX 12, report on principal contracts renewals. EX 13, report on the chief executive officer pursuant to Board Rule 5-4. AR 1, report on board report rescissions. President Shi, these items just need to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
President Shi, I will continue with items from the general counsel that do require a vote. AR 2, authorize continued retention of various outside counsel law firms. AR 3, workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for George Colmia. AR 4, workers' compensation payment for lump sum settlement for Angel Vasquez. AR 5, approved payment of proposed settlement regarding Teresa Banks as parent, next friend, and guardian of estates of minor children, MV and OB. AR 6, approved payment of proposed settlement regarding Jane Doe. President Shi, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Shi, I'll continue with an item from the Managing Deputy General Counsel that does require a vote. AR 7, authorize continued retention of the law firm Himes, Petrarca, and Fester CHTD. President Shi, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Shi, I'll continue with items from the Chief Executive Officer that do require a vote. EX 14. EX 14, as noted on the public agenda, is appoint chief officer. So the action before the board for EX 14 is appoint chief of family and community engagement officer effective July 8th, 2024. Fanny Diego Alvarez. I'll continue with EX 15. Report on principal contract renewal ALC, Charnette Sims, York High School. President Shi, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
See.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Shi, I'll continue with items from the board that do require a vote. RS 5, resolution by the Board of Education regarding the dismissal of Kimberly Bulow, tenured teacher assigned to Infinity Math Science and Technology High School. President Shi, this resolution accepts in part and rejects in part the hearing officer's findings, and it makes additional findings as detailed in an opinion order adopted under separate cover, on the basis of which the board concludes that sufficient basis for dismissal is established and that Kimberly Bulow is hereby dismissed. I'll continue with RS 6, resolution approving CEO's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. RS 7, resolution approving CEO's recommendation to dismiss probationary appointed teacher. President Shi, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Shi, I believe Board Member Morales has motion MO3.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meetings of May 15th, 2024 and May 23rd, 2024 pursuant to section 2.06 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members reviewed these minutes and determined that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meetings held on May 15th, 2024 and May 23rd, 2024 shall be maintained as confidential and not available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. President Shi, there are no further items on the public agenda.
We will now move into executive session. Board Member Woods, do you have motion MO4?
I move for the passage of motion number 24-0627-M04 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1, 2, and 11 as specified in the motion.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Fahey Hughes.
Yes.
Vice President Todd Breland.
Yes.
Member Woods.
Yes.
Member Estrada.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
President Shi.
Yes.
6 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
This meeting will now go into closed session. The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. Board Secretary, please proceed.
President Shi, I would like to note for the record that there are no items to vote on from executive session.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you, Tech Team.